Oh boy, we're at it again. Ladies and gentlemen, the best TikTok live on TikTok live is here. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Can't believe we're doing it again. This is it. The best live on TikTok live is back. The undisputed king, the undenied, unbroken, unwavering TikTok live. Your home for intelligent discontent, where we are trying to actually make the world a better place. I know. It's wild. I know. Imagine people doing that. But we're going to try. We're trying. Me and you tonight right here. We're going to try. So, let's make the world a better place. The biggest thing I think I want to cover tonight, and the most important topic I think that we could cover, genuinely, Falsification by Karl Popper. This is such an interesting idea. It's such an interesting topic. Falsification. How do we know what we know? So many people are talking about conspiracy. They're talking about making up grandiose ideas. How do we know what we know? And I think that that's like a really interesting topic to explore. So let's talk about it. So philosophy of science. Philosophy of science is how we know about the things that we know. The idea how we are coming to conclusions, how we are creating the knowledge that we can build off of. You know, science is all about standing on the shoulder of giants, but really, how do we know that that knowledge makes any sense? And I think during a time when there was actual snake oil salesmen, like this was the actual snake oil salesman where the term comes from, where people are being duped, people are being hoodwinked, there are people that are giving people the elixirs of life, and it's the literal snake oil salesman idea. The idea came to Karl Popper to talk about falsification. The idea that, quote, this is from Wikipedia, falsifiability is a standard of evaluation of scientific theories and hypotheses, right? A hypothesis is falsifiable if it can be logically contradicted by an empirical test. That's a really important thing that we just, that right there. The idea that you can actually be proven wrong. And in science, that's a really important thing, to prove a hypothesis wrong. It's not, science isn't this monolith of thought of this is what you have to believe and there's no other way of interacting. On the contrary, actually, it is, science is about mostly trying to figure out what is false, because we can never be 100% certain in science. It's really important for you to think about that. You can never be 100% sure of anything that we find in science, and people will take that as a weakness, but in actuality, it's one of its big strengths. So let's think about this. So falsifiability is a standard of evaluation of scientific theories and hypotheses. And a hypothesis is something that you deduce and you create a question that can, I don't know, in a little bit, you can test. So think about this. Think about if someone said, all swans are white, right? What would you have to do in order to prove that as a test. You would have to say, you'd have to find a single black swan in order to prove that false, right? But we are not claiming that in science we don't have to test all swans in order to think that swans are white. We just have to be given a black swan in order to be proven wrong. Okay? Our hypothesis is that swans are white, but if there is a single black swan, then our hypothesis is wrong. Versus empiricism, where we are trying to prove something, the validity of a claim, and being 100% certain, we would have to check every single swan that exists in the world. And we don't do that, okay? We are proven false. And that is the idea. If someone is saying something and something is being said and they are not giving you a way to test their ideas and giving you a way that they can be proven wrong, you can discount their hypothesis entirely because they're not giving you a hypothesis. They're giving you a conspiracy. And this is the big thing with science. We have to create hypotheses that can be tested, and that theory, that is a predictive quality that science has, that no other way of thinking has, okay? That we are creating a set of tests based off of available data. We are testing them with the hypothesis, and then we are proven wrong or not. And then that is where we move forward. That is how we build on knowledge. So, absolutely. Okay. Okay. Okay, 1 second, guys. Okay. Let's see. Sorry, just catching up with chat. Astronomy is real. Yeah. Space is not fake. No, Rompy, I don't think that you're getting what I'm talking about, man. I'm willing to agree with you as long as we don't accept dominant empirical study as the truth. There is no truth in science. There is no absolutes. That's the problem. So there is no absolute in science, and that's the point. No, Rompy, you're not understanding. The whole point is that the thing is that we are saying the claim is that all swans are white. This is philosophy, dude. We are exploring words and how we understand them and what we are building on concepts. Yes, that is the idea, man. Just give me 1 second, guys. Okay. Okay, cool. I'm down, Gary. Just give me a second. Yeah, so it's really important that people understand that, and when people talk about lab leak is a good example. Let's say that we have population genetics data, we have all these sequences that we are proving, we have all of proving that there was a zoonotic spread, that lab leak was not real. And they discount all of that by saying, no, we have emails. There's funding that shows that it's fake. What hypothesis would that make any sense? How could you test that? that the funding was somehow changing the ability for the virus to be leaked from the lab? You couldn't, right? You can't test that, and that is the problem. That just pointing to some way that the funding came from isn't going to be the way that is tested. There has to be an independent way of understanding the world and measuring the world and testing the world other than what just people say. And people haven't really grasped to this concept, and we need to understand philosophy of science and how we understand the things that we understand. I think that is the biggest thing. Okay. Okay. So where people get confused, I think science proves philosophical statement. You say there's no absolutes in science, but a couple of years ago, people were fired for being anti-vax. Well, yeah, if you're causing harm to people that are in a hospital, then absolutely, dude. That absolutely. They're causing harm to people, so of course they're going to be fired. That's just how it works, man. We live in a place where you can't harm other people, and that's okay. You have to stick up for that. You have to be able to not allow people to do harm to other people actively. Yeah, science falsifies hypotheses. Not everything is an equation necessarily. Okay, well, Garrett, if he was like a healthcare worker and he wasn't, helping, and he was not listening and causing harm to people, then absolutely, man, maybe he should be fired. And if he was a physician and he was recommending medical care that was hurting people, he should lose his license too. So, absolutely, man. What's up, dude? Okay, let's try to get some of you guys in. Okay, let's change it up before we go with the QFK and Garrett. You guys are right on it. I don't know what the Schumann resonance is. Rugged, what's up, dude?
Not much, man. What's up?
Not much. Just trying to think through how we can help these people understand science and how we believe in what we believe in science.
Yeah, no, I just popped in, so I didn't hear much of what the last guest had to say. So,
the idea is we were talking about Karl Popper's falsificationism. The idea is that this was a world where there were snake oil salesmen and people that's where the term came from, right? That's where these people were coming in and they were saying that this snake oil can cure all your ailments and that kind of thing. And the idea was that these the claims made by these snake oil salesmen have to be able to be tested. And if they can't be tested, then they can be discounted entirely. That's the idea.
Yeah.
And because people believe wrongly that science is kind of like an absolute thing where we are making definitive 100% knowledge about the world, and we're not. I think that is, we are creating a bedrock of knowledge and then stepping off into better knowledge. We're not creating 100% knowledge.
Well, I would say, and I'm going to tell you, I'm a left-handed, right-brained. I am an artist. I am I'm a salesman, right? I am an empath. Those are my gifts. I'm not a scientific minded person. I didn't, hell, I went to college for 3 years before I dropped out to get into real estate. And, I avoided every math and science class I could. So, people like yourself, you're in medicine, That's a science, right? And there's a lot of advancements that we're making. I think here's the thing. So without science, what science is it's a vehicle for us as humans to
Yeah.
advance ourselves in literally every aspect of our lives. I mean, look at what we like. I'm standing in my front yard right now, looking at the homes in my neighborhood, the infrastructure we have, the technology we're on. Like, these are all innovations of science, right? So, and science and mathematics are the rules for the universe. Okay, like I this is sad to say, I've got friends of mine that think the fucking Earth is flat. So it's just there's a lot of information on the internet. There's a lot of conspiracies and a lot of theories and a lot of reasons that people have to believe, pie in the sky or crazy conspiracy theories, because they've innately within themselves, we also have instincts, right? And that's something that I have. I'm just very street smart. I'm book smart as well. I mean, I always did well in school, and I struggled. Like I said, I struggled in math and science a little bit. I'd say more math than science. But when you get into advanced mathematics and advanced sciences, yeah, that's not my place.
Yeah.
But English language, my reading comprehension, my understanding of language and people, what you have to realize is people like myself and you, I wouldn't necessarily say extraordinary, but the average IQ in this country is 100. So if you're above 100, you're an above average human being in your capacity and ability to think and calculate and use deductive reasoning. And 100 IQ is not very smart, sir. So most people are driven by their instincts and their street smarts, if you will, those carnal feelings and thoughts. And I say this because I grew up in poverty around a lot of very uneducated people. And the only reason I'm a high school dropout, okay, I as soon as I turned 17, I was out. But the one thing I had is I had generational education. My mother was educated. My grandfather was educated, his father, and so on and so on. So that has an effect on a person, and I've seen it firsthand. Well, guess what I'm getting at is this. You look at science and you look at how capitalism has weaved its way into every aspect of what we see and what we're given, whether it be, for financial gain, or whether it be for reasons necessary for propaganda, or whatever it may be. Like the flat earthers believe what they believe because NASA is a fucking propaganda wing of the United States or of the United States government. I'm not saying we didn't go to the moon. I'm not saying that the Earth is flat. That's a ridiculous notion. But I'm saying that they've put out enough information to where people who are not, they may not be Harvard educated, but they're not idiots, and they have an instinct because that's what's helped them get this far in natural selection, right? Like,
why would NASA be propaganda? How could NASA be propaganda?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because a lot of the images and a lot of the things that they do are very, very are doctored, right? And are inauthentic.
Stitched. They're not doctored. Like doctored means doctored means that they're putting things there that don't exist, but they're stitched like multiple images together.
Yeah. And you know what? For the sake of not sounding like a Roganite, right? I'm not going to say that I don't believe that we went to the moon, but I am going to say that my distrust for the government and the things that I know that our government has done, I wouldn't put it past our government to have faked a moon landing. That's how little trust I have in them. So,
but do you have trust in? But like, how would all the nations, the adversarial nations, Russia, for example, would have every reason right now in order to blow up that we did anything like that. They would
have to admit that they didn't go to the moon too, wouldn't they?
No, not necessarily. Right? They could say that we did it, but the Americans did it, and they faked it and we didn't, kind of thing.
I mean, they could, but like, who's gonna? No. You would. The only way anyone would believe it is if the narrative was it's impossible to do it. We lied about it, and so that's how we know they didn't. Other than that, there's too much speculation available. And look, I'm not saying that we didn't. I'm just saying that it's hard for me to trust anything because I'm like I said, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I'm an educated person. I look at what we do. I look at the interactions that we have with other nations. I look at the motivations behind legislation that's made, the direction that our country, I just, I'm putting all the pieces together. And here's the thing, we're in what I consider to be late stage capitalism, right? I think
Okay.
we're in a time in our society where this is the result of corporatocracies, right? Major hedge funds that control and own everything. And look, I've got friends that are doctors. I've got a good friend of mine who's a doctor, and I don't even talk this. I'm on here because I can talk to you because I don't know you personally. But what I see is the same thing I see in any industry. There is greed in the pharmaceutical industry. There is greed in the science that you speak of and in medicine. And if you can't watch television past midnight and see all of the ads, it's, what is it? 33% of all drugs that are approved by the FDA have some level of side effect. Like I lived through the pandemic. I am not a fool. I'm the one, there's a difference. I was bred and raised to be a warrior. Okay. I was a fighter. I was an MMA fighter, but that's just what and I am given a gift of discernment and the ability to recognize threat and recognize bullshit really well. That's my genius, right?
Okay.
You are a science-minded person.
We gotta break
People
it
like
down, bro.
you
We
need
gotta
to
break it
listen.
down.
No,
So
hold on. People like you need to listen to the instincts of people like myself a little bit more, and open your eyes to the possibility that maybe, and we've seen it. It wasn't 10 years ago they tried to kill half the country with fucking Oxycontin, bud. You know what I'm saying? I mean, those same companies, I'm supposed to trust them with with the next thing that they tell me that I need or that they're pushing towards no, they're drug dealers to me. They're no better than the cartels in Mexico because they don't care about, they're publicly traded. And at the end of the day, it's all about the bottom line, and it's about quarterly earnings, and it's about increasing the profits for their shareholders. That's all they care about. This is late stage capitalism, and I'm a capitalist.
bro, I mean, I definitely agree that like capitalism creates some perverse incentives and all that kind of stuff, but we're jumping like 100 steps ahead, and that's the problem.
Because I'm 100 steps ahead, sir. That's my job. I got 5 kids.
I got 4 kids, so there you go. I'm with you.
You know what? Yeah.
So I mean, but the problem is like, you can rule out some things, man. Like you can, like it's okay to, like some things like some ways of viewing the world aren't backed up by data, and you can rule them out. That's what I'm saying. So like, for example, so like Tai Chi, you're familiar with Tai Chi, I'm sure. Like
yes.
So I do jujitsu. All right. So I one of the beautiful things about jujitsu is that you test it, right? You test if I can, if I have a guard that, I've got legs that I'm trying to stop you from passing, and this guy's trying to pass my legs and get me to side control or whatever like that. And imagine someone comes into your gym and goes, dude, guess what? I have Tai Chi and I have an unpassable guard because of my Tai Chi force field. And what would be your immediate reaction? Your reaction would be like, okay, well, let's spar, bro. We're going to roll right now. And exactly. Right. I mean, that would be the whole thing. You got to test what we're talking about. Right.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying,
I'm like, holy shit, dude. Okay.
What I'm saying is that a lot of these conspiracies aren't doing that. They're not rolling. They're not sparring with those beliefs. And they're saying, no, dude, I'm not going to roll. I'm not going to spar. But guess what? My Tai Chi is as good as your half guard. Like what? Yeah. Like, no, it's not. Well, like it just is because I have Tai Chi and you have half guard, and that's what it is. So it's just like we have to be able to test what we're talking about. And I agree that there's perverse incentives, right? Just because like, oh man, your gym, you only have a gym and you're only making money on memberships. So of course you would teach these kids straight ankle locks and all that kind of stuff. But it's like, all right, well, yeah, I'm teaching them leg locks at an early age to win championships. But at the same time, like we go to the IBJJF finals and they're winning the golds because they know the stuff and they're testing those hypotheses. So that's my point, man.
Ankle locks suck, dude.
They do, and straight ankles are my jam. So that's so.
I was a kickboxer in Muay Thai. That was my main. But I got a blue belt in Brazilian Jiu Jitsu. I did a lot of Jiu Jitsu, more of a wrestler base. I didn't like
Makes
the
sense.
ground.
Makes sense with the no gi.
But like you have to know Brazilian Jiu Jitsu. You have to know wrestling. You have to know boxing, kickboxing, you got to have all of it. So
But
jujitsu's
but do you know what I'm
phenomenal.
saying? But do you understand
Yeah.
how
Well, I get what you're
when
saying,
you're
but
saying like, oh, I
what
don't
I'm
know,
saying is
I
this.
wouldn't put it past them in order for that to be true. Like you're basically saying I wouldn't put it past Tai Chi in order for that to be real.
Well, let me ask you this: does it bother you that the same company or the same hedge funds that have majority ownership of a lot of the food manufacturers in this country also are majority shareholders of most of the pharmaceutical companies in this country? Does that bother you? But especially when you look at how poisonous the food is that they've been feeding us for the last 15 to 20 years. Because I remember in the 80s and the 90s, it wasn't great, but that was kind of the beginning of it. But I don't know how, I'm 43.
I'm
I'm
38.
imagining we're somewhere in the
Yeah,
same
I mean,
age.
I don't think that we have a food poison problem, bro. This is one of the big misnomers that people have. It's on the opposite, actually. We're eating so much of it that people, and it's so healthy. Like they're eating so many Cheetos that they're literally killing
I mean,
themselves from morbid obesity from it.
I have a
If like
daughter that if she
you're not
eats
dying
red
from
40,
Cheetos being a
well,
poison, bro, when you're eating a million of them and you're just getting fatter and fatter.
well, are processed foods healthy?
I mean, like they can be, but they're not poison in and of itself.
They
We have in the United States, we have a food quantity problem, not a food quality problem.
No, 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 no. We do have a
Yes.
food
Yes.
quantity problem. I don't disagree with that. That is, I mean, we're the largest food exporter in the world. So that is part of our economy. But what I'm talking about is it's crazy that we grow more food and export more food than any other country in the world, yet we are eating fucking hamburgers that don't mold. Like that doesn't
Well,
bother you.
they
And
have
that's the thing too.
preservatives
Like,
in it. Why
well,
would you? Well,
and I don't know, and I know you do Brazilian jiu-jitsu, and I don't know to what level you, but like you can't tell me that if you're training for a competition, if you're training to be at your peak physical ability,
bro,
that you can eat the shit that they
do you know
push
John
down our
Danaher?
children's
John
throats.
Danaher said was talking about this actually, and he said he's trained the best athletes in the world, and
Yeah, he's training the best athletes in the world. I'm
he
talking
would
about the
see
average person.
GSP, he would see Gordon Ryan. They would go and scarf down all of those cheeseburgers, though. And he said he's never seen. This is his Lex Friedman podcast, man. He's talking about this. He's never seen any state of like, oh, you eat this, you worst performance. He's never seen any of that. That's the top fighters in the world. GSP is the goat,
Wow.
bro. Like and
Yeah.
Gordon Ryan.
So we're talking about the top 0.00001%
So
of
okay,
athletes.
so
They're
that's
not
where you would
affected
see
by
it.
diet.
That's where you would see the biggest
I'm telling
impact.
you as a person who train, man, like I don't know if you've ever been in the octagon for 3 to 5 minute rounds, 3 or 4 of those. I mean, I had many of fights that go to the distance. I've had training sessions I am telling you, there's a big difference in eating a hamburger from McDonald's and eating a grilled chicken breast and broccoli and rice and like a healthier meal. You as a doctor, you have to be realistic with this. Saturated fats is processed foods with high in preservatives. These things are, I mean, they are not healthy for you. You know that, Doc.
Dude,
Come
they're
on.
not okay. So if you were like
Have you ever killed a deer and just eaten a deer from the wild?
no, I've not.
Oh, you should try it.
Okay.
And tell me that doesn't feel better in your body
Bro, I mean, I
than
think
the
everyone
processed beef they're getting
should
at the store.
kill and dress like their own meat and try to see because I think honestly a lot of people would be vegetarian if they had to. The only reason why they eat meat is because it's so easy to do to have.
Are you a vegan?
No, no.
Oh, okay. All right.
But
Okay.
I'm
I was about to
saying
say, well,
that
that
like
makes sense because it's hard to.
if people had to kill and dress their own meat in order to have meat, bro, like I would think like 70 or 80% of people would be vegetarian. There's no way that they would be able to
Oh
handle
no,
it.
it would be 95%, bud.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So exactly.
I
So
might, that
but
might include me. I hate doing it, but
but dude,
if I
I'm
had to do
talking
that for
about
all my
like
meat.
I'm
Yeah.
talking about like macros and all that kind of stuff. Like, yeah, of course you're going to have like in these processed foods and stuff, you might have some type of macros differentiation, and that could give you less carbs or give you more salt bloat or something like that. But like if
Yeah.
they had the exact same nutritional value, you're not gonna. No, processed food inherently is not poisonous. It isn't. This is
Yeah.
like one of the we've gone way too far, bro. Like I understand what you're trying to
I mean,
say,
I eat a
and I
ton
get
of.
what you.
I eat my processed food in like deli meats, right?
Okay.
Like that's kind of the majority of the processed food. And to be honest with you, like it's mostly turkey, and I definitely like it's honestly a great meal. Good turkey sandwich, like tomatoes, the or like that. That's a good meal for me, and I feel that's But here's the thing: I think blood type and people's physiology has a lot to do with that too. But I am telling you, man, maybe it's just me, but a fucking hamburger, any like fast food, any fast food, any fast food, my body knows a night and day difference versus fresh foods,
But
especially like I can't tell the difference in an organic banana and a non-organic. I think that I think a lot of that's BS, and
dude, there's
I
a
mean
lot
we do
that could
know.
go into that, man. Honestly, like we're studying right now the gut brain connection, your gut microbiome, might have like a lot bigger of an impact on how you feel, why you feel than we previously thought. So, having food that doesn't have enough fiber in it, that doesn't have enough,
That
like,
people think this conversation is brain dead, so I
well,
don't I don't want to
I don't care.
continue.
It doesn't
I know,
matter. It
yeah,
doesn't
me,
matter,
you and
dude.
I are. I feel like we're having a decent dialogue because I'm
Dude,
rational and reasonable. I
ignore the
mean, if they
chat, bro.
want
It's
to
just
see
me
you
and
bring
you.
up a,
Stop.
yeah,
It's just me and you. It's just me and you. I don't
yeah.
care about them. Think about this. Like, if 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 Gordon Ryan can sit there and like go and eat McDonald's after training for 7 days a week and taking no days off, like, wouldn't you think that there would be some type of like adverse effect that he would see?
Well, he takes steroids too, so
Yeah. So, I mean, so does like
I mean, I
90% of
don't.
the jujitsu
I
community.
Yeah, but I see that's the thing. I went in the jujitsu community. My buddy, he takes steroids. He eats whatever the
Mhm.
fuck he wants. I mean, it's different, but
But whoa, no, no, no. Like your testosterone is not going to impact if you're eating poison, bro. Like it's going to hurt you. Testosterone
I don't
has
know. How,
nothing to
I mean,
do
you
with
hang out with
your
guys who
metabolism. It has had to do with like how you're going to make cells and how you're going to preferentially make protein and
well,
recover faster, that kind of thing. But if it's actual poison, bro, like an actual poison, you're not going to like your TRT isn't going to help you with that.
so this guy says you can't ignore lysine or coism. I
Yeah,
don't
it's
know
like
what that is.
Sankoism. He's a Russian scientist that had a faulty idea of that, like he didn't believe that DNA existed, so he killed millions
Oh,
of people when Mao listened to him, and he yeah. But I do
okay. Well,
think I like genuinely do, and people even in my real life do. People hate that I talk about this. I mean, I'm sorry, but I just do not think that like our food is inherently it was what's inherently making people sick. It's that we're eating way too much of it, man. We eat so many Cheetos that we're literally morbidly obese. Like you're not poisoning yourself from the Cheeto. You're creating morbid obesity, and the diseases that are associated with the morbid obesity are taking you out.
yeah, no, I agree with that. I mean, I think that portion control is a big issue, and we do have an abundance of food, even especially in our poor population. I don't know if you've ever been in a position where you were on food stamps, but
No,
they give you way. I mean, it's ridiculous. Like I was when I first had my first two kids. I was a very the one thing I had was I had plenty of food.
hmm
So I mean, and people talk about those programs or talk about our country, but now that it's if you make, especially if you've got children, you're low income, you're going to get that, and they give you a lot of money for that. So I think that's one of the big factors a lot of people don't take into consideration is that we're porking our poor up. We really are. Like, I mean, they were giving me like $1,000 a month for my wife, myself, and two kids. It was insane. Like, in fact, by the time we got off of it, there was probably 2 grand left over that we didn't even use.
I
So
mean, but dude, like, I mean, do you realize that people are getting dramatically healthier on Ozempic because they're
oof, they
eating
don't look
less,
like it.
not because they're being driven to Whole Foods. You realize that, right? Like people
Yeah,
are massive. Their quality of life is massively getting better, and people are getting way healthier. They're eating the same things. They're just eating dramatically less of it, and they're getting their life is completely changing. It's not that
yeah.
they're going, oh my gosh, I need to like eat only organic ingredients or something, which is another scam. Organic ingredients, another thing,
Well,
another
here's the thing, though. You
grift,
go find
dude.
that see, and that's where we differ because you take that. I mean, these celebrities you're seeing, any one of these Ozempic, I'm 5'8", 187 pounds right now. I'm
Mm-hmm.
overweight. Now I'm built thick anyways, but I'll go run a fucking half marathon and they're not going to make it 2 fucking miles, dude. They're done. In
Mm-hmm.
fact, I live in Texas. I just ran in 101 degrees. I ran fucking
Beast.
5.5 miles. Average
Nice, dude.
about about 8:30 a mile. I'm 43 because I've kept myself healthy and fit. Like I got the
Yeah.
fat. I eat a lot or whatever, but I keep my cardiovascular health in good shape. And that's a big factor that a lot of people don't understand. You can't just take drugs to lose weight. It's not good for you. Those
Yeah.
fucking people, dude, I guarantee you, I've seen, I can't remember her name. There's no way that woman doesn't fall over twice a day from just standing up. You know, it's like there's just no nutrition. You can just tell they look sickly. Like it's like, I don't know if you remember ephedra back in the day. That shit
Mm-hmm.
was
Well,
kind of
that's
the same
different. I mean,
thing.
that's a completely different thing. That was
It
basically
is. It
like,
is. It was meth. It was
yeah.
basically
I mean,
meth.
this is a GLP-1 agonist where it actually interferes with the ghrelin response in your stomach, so that it's saying feed me, and your body's saying, oh, I don't need to eat anymore. And basically, there's Ozempic's a single action, tirzepatide is a dual action, retaglutide's a triple action, and this is like incredible, dude. We're gonna have it. It originally was for type 1 diabetics, but it got approved for the FDA for morbid obesity, and now it's like going to be the biggest quality of life improvement for everyone that's morbidly obese.
Well, let me ask you this. What do you think is a good signifier, a good time to start looking into taking testosterone?
I mean, dude, to be honest with you, I looked at it like when I was I'm 38, and I was looking at it, and my levels were like sub 200, man. I was like I
Okay.
was feeling
What were the signs that you
lethargic.
noticed? Like you were lethargic?
Yeah, dude, I had lethargic, really didn't have like a big like drive, like executive
Yeah.
drive kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it was tough. And for the longest time, I kind of thought it was like a ADD thing or something like that. I got diagnosed as a kid, and maybe I was like, maybe that's what I need. And but then I went on TRT, and it's like completely changed my life. Like where now I have all the benefits of Adderall, where the focus, the drive, the just my energy levels are like the best days that I ever had on Adderall. But I'm actually like getting other benefits too. Like, you know,
Yeah.
there's a ton of benefits outside of it. So I think that the demonization and the stigmatization of TRT and it's usually because of performance enhancing drugs, because the, you know,
Did you
UFC
notice any hair
guys and said,
loss? Like, did you
no,
notice it?
no, that's
But I
a
mean, you're clearly
DHT.
not. You
Yeah,
don't have the
DHT
metabolic
conversion is
syndrome.
like I take small doses though. I'm not really
Yeah, no, I
I'm
could tell.
actually
I
on
could tell
TRT.
that
I'm
you're
not
not.
on like
Yeah.
blasting levels. People say they're on TRT, but then they'll take like, you know, physiologically levels, or they're over 1500, you know, like my blood work is like 800, 900. It's like, you know, medium. So it's not like high
Well,
at
the thing
all.
that I'm worried about is if I start, I gotta stay on it. Like
Mm-hmm.
that's the like it's like vampirism. You know what I'm saying? It's like the Lost Boys type shit. It's like join us.
I
You will
mean,
not.
dude, my
You're
life like
yours
so
forever.
dramatically improved and everything. It's
Oh,
kind of like, why would I ever go back to feeling like shit? You
yeah. No,
know,
I'm
like,
with you.
so it's like, dude, it's you know, it's so easy and quick, and it's just a part of my
Well,
day, and I look forward to it because I feel better back afterwards. Within 30 minutes, you feel like more alert, awake. I mean, I love it, dude. It's
the thing that like bothers me the most, like that I'm having noticing the most, right, is like I've
mm,
got a torn rotator cuff. My injuries don't heal as fast. Like that's the thing for me that's just nagging. And I'm not trying to get too personal with like libido wise and shit like that. I mean, I
mhm.
still wake up in the morning
Yeah,
like I'm
dude.
17, you know? So like that to me is kind of a signifier. I'm like, okay, that seems to be good. You
Yeah,
know,
dude.
when
Mine
that
dropped.
goes,
My libido
yeah.
dropped. That's the first thing. That's the first side effect that you see
Okay.
within like a
Yeah, see,
week.
because
You're
I
like,
haven't gotten that yet, but
zoing.
I don't heal. I don't heal like I mean, and I know I'm older, but like it's
Uh-huh.
like, dude, I got this finger, man, that was like in late fucking April, man. I slammed it in the door, didn't break.
Uh-huh.
Here's another thing. My bones don't fucking break. So if I have an injury, it just destroys all my ligaments, like wherever
Oh,
it is.
interesting.
Yeah, it's like or my cartilage. So so this finger, I did that, and like dude, it's still not healed, man. And like
Yeah.
this one, I want to say maybe early April. You know, and it's just like this should be a 6-week injury, you know.
Yeah, I think
But
it's tough, dude. I think that a lot of, I mean, my thing is like, I think a lot of these physicians are doing a disservice to a lot of guys that probably do need like TRT, but they don't want to do it because of the social stigma of, or
I don't care
the
about
idea,
that.
well, I mean, the you have to change, like your life is going to change in the fact that you have to do these things now. So that's kind of like
Yeah.
what it is. And but like, and it has reproductive repercussions. It does have, like, you could, you could die from if you're not monitoring your, your blood pressure, you could die, you could stroke, and but that's only if you're like super high. If you're within normal physiological dosages, people have been doing TRT for like 60 years, man. It's not something that's
Well,
like
I
brand
heard,
new.
or the little pellets that they stick in your butt. You know what I'm talking about? Like under your skin. You
Oh,
know?
dude, you just want to know. You want to do a shot. It's just so easy, dude. It's so easy. You
Well,
do it
there's
like,
this guy that I met that he was like, I mean, he's probably 50, but he looked young, dude. He looked in his late 30s, early 40s. And I used to downhill mountain bike with this guy, and like he kind of had the same thing. He's like, yeah, that's kind of what made me think about it, is because he was like, yeah, my injuries heal way faster. Like it's great. And then he told me about that. I was like, I never heard about that. He's like, no, it's like slow and gradual. Maybe he does that because he doesn't like needles. Needles don't bother me. So,
oh,
you know,
interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's so quick and easy, and it's like not even something that I even think about anymore. So
well,
it's like not
my
even.
wife would be happy if I did. Like she's like 8 years younger than me. Yeah.
Oh, nice. There you go.
Yeah.
But I
No,
mean, yeah,
dude.
dude.
It's
I genuinely, I like it. If you are past your, if you're past your childbearing years as a guy, and
yeah. I've got
you should
5.
get your blood work
Done.
done after 35 anyway. I feel like, just to see what's going on. If you have low testosterone, you should try it out. It starts with a gel. You should put it on, like, basically your skin on your stomach and your shoulder. They recommend that there, but the absorption is only like 60 to 70% there. So the data actually supports doing it on your scrotum, and that actually is like an 80 or 90% absorption, because it's such a vascular, and the skin is
Yeah.
so thin there. So you can actually get a lot higher absorption right there. And yeah, it's life changing, man. I really do believe it's that's the thing that I think that people, it blows my mind. It blows my mind how easy it is to get Adderall versus like TRT.
Yeah, and
Like
I
that,
can't do that shit, dude.
it's
I've
crazy.
tried, but like I could get the prescription for it. I'm sure it's not hard. And like I said, I've got a doctor buddy, and whatever, right? It's like they get that. I mean, I definitely have ADD and always have, but it's not something that I'm like, I need to medicate this, because I know what the medication is. I've
Hmm.
tried. I'm like, nah, that isn't working for me. So
Yeah.
I'm already like, I would never sleep. I would never sleep. So, and that's another thing I need to. I've heard that it helps with, or testosterone helps with your sleeping patterns a
Yep.
lot. And
Yeah, it does. And I
I've
do.
lost
Bro, like, if you snore, by the way, too, you should do a
big
CPAP
time.
machine. Like, for real. Like,
Yeah.
do it. If you snore, ask your partner, or if you don't, and you're not
Oh
restful in
no,
your
I
sleep,
definitely, dude. My nose
you
has been
can.
broken like 7 times. It's
Oh,
at my,
what? Oh, bro, you
yeah,
should.
dude.
Oh my God, you need to get. Oh, dude, you should get a test. It's free. I mean, with your insurance, you get, it's a at home thing. You don't
I'm
have
a
to go
realtor.
to
I
like a
don't have
sleep lab or
insurance.
anything like that. You just go. It gets mailed to you. It connects to your phone. You put it on like your two diodes on your chest, and then one block blood oxygen on your finger, and you just do one night's of sleep. They tell you if they got the data, and then you put it to you send it in. And dude, CPAP machines are legit, man. I'm not. If you
Yeah,
snore as a guy, you should use a CPAP machine. You really should. It's
yeah.
gonna change your life.
Well, one other, you know what's crazy? Like I will snore with my mouth closed.
Hmm.
I'm like, what the fuck? Is that
Bro,
normal?
please, please get your, please get it. Just get the test done. Go to
Yeah, I'll get it
your
done.
PCP and just be like, hey, like I think that I might be being apneic.
Oh, dude, I already know I'm catching like 6 good sleeps a month if I'm
Oh,
lucky. You
dude,
know?
bro, you gotta do it, man. It's
Yeah.
gonna change your life.
Awesome. Well, hey, Doc, I wanted to come on here because I've scrolled by a few times. I've seen you. You're a freaking cool guy, man. I like
Oh,
you.
cool.
I,
Thanks,
I don't.
man.
Oh, I'm not. I don't even follow you yet. They already know I
Oh,
pop in, but
sick.
I got to follow,
Thanks,
and
dude.
you're good. I'll let you move on and
Thanks,
find
bro.
you some ops. But
We
I'm
gotta
not
do.
like I said. We don't agree on everything. Like,
Oh, let's chill, dude. Do you
I'm
watch
not a.
UFC?
Yeah, dude, I've gotten away from it so much, man. I don't.
Okay.
You know what? I hunt. I fish. I climb mountains. I spend time in the Western United States just exploring wilderness, man. That's kind of my thing now, and
Dude,
I
what'd you
watch
think about that
watch
bill that
football.
they were trying to pass with Build Back Better to
Fuck
sell
that,
off a bunch
dude.
of the land,
No,
the
we need
hunting
to
land?
take more public lands, man. In my opinion,
They should take
like,
more?
yeah, yeah. If there's places for it, we should because the way what we've done with our national parks and our federal land, like, there's no negative that can be made of any of it. The only thing is it's they want to fucking drill. Are you talking about them
What?
taking more of the? You're talking about them annexing more public lands and using it for drilling, right? Isn't that what they were trying to
No.
do?
Well, no, the Build Back Better, Mike Lee, one of the senators, was basically auctioning off federal lands that a lot of it was hunting lands so that people couldn't hunt there anymore, that people would basically do they would take part of it and it would be for private use only. So a bunch of the hunting places and the hunting community completely revolted and was
Yeah.
like, it was a bunch of Republicans like contacting him saying like, what are you doing to our sport? Like, this is awful.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, I don't think we should. I believe that, and I've been to so many of the national parks and the public lands. I live in Texas. We don't have any public lands, and it fucking sucks. Like, there's none, dude. We've got little bitty. It's all private land. That's not what you want for this country. So whatever they have, like, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Just go to Yellowstone, go to Rocky Mountain National Park, go to one of those places, man. It's great.
Mm-hmm.
It's good. Like, those are good places to take your family. For people that are, like, they can't afford to stay in Vail,
Yeah.
you can get a cabin there. You can get a camping spot. Like, it's affordable, and it gives people an opportunity to get in the wilderness that
Yeah.
may not, otherwise have those opportunities. So
Yeah.
I'm all about our public lands for
Nice,
hunting and
dude.
otherwise.
Hell to go. I love that. We got some like I am agreement on that, dude. Because I'm like, I saw that and I was devastated because they're basically gonna, take all this contiguous land, which is the only way that like our environment does well is when you have contiguous land that's connected and you have, organisms that can like go around and feed on multiple areas and graze at multiple spots because you can't just patchwork it. You can't patchwork the environment. You
You
have
know
to
what?
like put it all
The
together.
hunting community and a
Hmm.
lot of the big voices in the hunting community right now, like, that's what a lot of people don't understand. It's like, I mean, you said you're not a vegan, right? Great.
Correct.
I have my hunting buddy was a vegan. He was
Okay.
a he loved meat, but he could not get past, like, he watched some videos on factory farming and shit,
Yeah.
right? And that just changed his life. He's like, there's no way I can
But he would
contribute
eat
to
the
that
meat that he
industry.
killed.
He'll eat the meat that he kills, yeah,
Okay, that's
because
legit. I
he
respect
loves
that.
meat, and it's natural, and he never denied as a vegan that it's in. He's not one of those that it's like unnatural for us to eat meat. He
It's
was
definitely
a
not vegan.
vegan. He was a vegan because he did not agree with factory farming. He did not agree with the animal cruelty. He did not agree with that shit. And I'm the same way. That's
Yeah.
why, like, I try to eat as sustainable as I possibly can. That a
Hmm.
lot of hunters are that way, though. There are the freaking, if it's brown, it's down, like, just, you know, cruel psychopaths. That's in anything. Like,
Uh-huh.
where do you think a psycho, like, they're there, but the majority of this community is moving toward, like, it's about conservation. Dude, deer hunting in Texas, we have more
Beautiful.
deer than anybody, and it's all public land. How do we have more deer than anyone and it's all public land? Because there
Hmm.
are more deer feeders in this state than gas stations, dude.
Hmm.
Like, those are the most welfare. They're never going away because we feed them and we manage the population.
Yeah.
They've let it go that way. Other states have to do draws and all these other things to manage the population. There's just different ways, but the hunting community finds a way to conserve the wildlife because that's what happened. Like, 200 in the 1800s and stuff, they market hunted and wiped out so many animals. And at some
Yeah.
point, those people were like, wait a second, this is our lifeblood. These are the things we need. We need to find a way to sustain this. So like Rocky Mountain elk, stuff like those things would be long gone if it wasn't for hunters.
Yeah.
And the money that they bring in, that money goes, like every hunting license, every dollar I spent, like that goes to the state, that goes to conservation, that goes to those public lands. So that's why they hold on to it, because it's like, no, we understand that relationship as a hunter that we have with the land and those animals.
Yeah.
You know, it's not everybody that just wants to go out and just shoot and kill. Now, I am also a hunter that, like, I see these trophy hunts that people have in Africa and whatnot, and like it's like, if it doesn't taste good, I don't want to eat it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I'll eat deer, I'll eat axis deer, I'll eat elk, I'll eat animals that I enjoy eating. I'm not going to shoot something just because I want it on my wall. But a lot of those hunts, like, I'll be honest, if they were like, hey, we have a aggressive male fucking get Jim Bach that's a trophy, whatever, he's got to go because he's killing, you know, he's a management animal, and they offered it to me, sure, I'd take it. And I'd eat every bit of him that I could, even if he didn't taste good. But those are actually aren't that bad. But you know what I'm saying? It's like there's two sides to it. There's trophy hunters, and there's hunters like myself that are like, it's about sustainability. I grew up hunting. My dad taught me this, you know, and it was about feeding the family. So it's just you know, but yeah, hunters are going to fight for those public lands every damn time, Republican or not, whoever. Yeah, and that's the one thing about it. The only people going after them are generally the party that the hunters belong to, right? So, you know, we ain't letting that happen.
Nice, man. Well, I mean, it was the pushback of the hunters on the Republicans that actually did it. So I'm down. That's cool. I appreciate it.
Yep. So, awesome, man. We have a good one, Bo. I'll let you
man.
man.
Have a good one. Yeah, dude. Old Smoky, all the insects and stuff, those are vitally important. I think
you have to drop me.
Okay, I'll drop you. Sorry.
It's better for you if you.
The Old Smoky, all those insects and stuff, that is the way that so much of our environment like recycles those nutrients. I mean, the insects are so vital, and it was crazy, man. I was doing we did a road trip from San Diego to St. Louis, and I was trying to find like any animals. We were going on hikes. I had binoculars. I was looking for. I like to insect hunt because it's like a cool. As a biologist, I think it's really interesting. To find those. I think insects are really cool. So, could not find anything. Like literally, like just dead, barren habitat. It was just awful. It made me so depressed, and in a way that I honestly wasn't expecting. That like there was so much dead. Like I don't know. I hate to say it, but I don't even know what we're trying to conserve anymore. It feels like that it's already dead. So I don't know, man. It really made me depressed. Oh, okay, cool. Eating history. Yeah, I think we have to do something. We got to do something. Like human health is tied to environmental health. It's not two separate things. I think it's really easy to see humans as separate in the environment, or that we are on top of it in some way. But it's intricately tied. The health of the environment and what's happening to humans is, because we get, great. It's a great example of like the destruction of bat caves in China led to the outbreak in Wuhan, which led to SARS-CoV-2. That's just, it's a direct 1-to-1, and as we, defrost a lot of these, permafrost, they're called. So the stuff that's been frozen for a really long time, those are going to be novel viruses that our immune systems have never seen before. And that's going to be even worse for us. So at least coronaviruses, like we are, somewhat adapt to them. But yeah, we are, Michelle, we are. There's, what is it? Oh man, what is it called? That beavers are, sorry, 1 second. Basically, there are a lot of different organisms that can change their environment, right? That's not novel for humans. So they're like ecosystem builders. I'm gonna get the exact term just so I can. ecosystem engineers. So basically, ecosystem engineers is a good term for like, as soon as you introduce an organism to this ecosystem, it's going to drastically change. So one beaver family is going to change a lot of that ecosystem. And humans have done that for a really, really long time. And that is basically, we have been killing off megafauna for 10,000 years or more, in the North America. You can go to and look up North American lions. There's so much megafauna here that we just killed, straight up. We drove them to extinction, and now we're kind of forced with these environments that are very unhealthy. And in ecology, it's really easy to test how well an environment is doing. So an ecosystem is healthy if it has a lot of organisms, so like a large population of organisms, and those are of different species. So species diversity, the amount of animals, and then the genetic diversity of those animals has to be large. So those are the three real key aspects of it. And if you're not enough organisms, you're not going to have a good gene pool. And if you don't have a good gene pool, they're going to go extinct. If you don't have a diverse amount of organisms, they're not going to be able to actually proliferate because they're entwined. It's not like too much of the, we kind of talked about it as like a food web. That's how kind of we've been taught to see the environment, how it's all kind of like hooked together, but it's really kind of like a house of cards. If you remove a key aspect of it, the whole thing is going to fall down. So like a good example of that is actually, what is it called? I think it is it's the sea otters. The sea otters in Alaska. So when Davy Crockett, because of his hat, we basically had, it's called a trophic cascade. That's what the term is called, the trophic cascade. So basically, like otters were hunted to near extinction in Alaska because for their hats. And what happened was all of a sudden they started seeing that the fish populations dramatically went down. And it's like, well, what's happened? How is the fish population connected to the sea otter population? Like, well, sea otters eat the sea urchins. And when you don't have any sea otters eating the sea urchins, then the sea urchins are going to eat the bottom of the algae, the green and brown algae that creates the habitat for small fish in order to grow up. So basically what was happening is that the local environments, the marine environments, were barren. They were completely devoid of any type of, areas that small fish could actually, grow up with. And so when they brought back the otters, the fish came right up. So, trophic cascade. Sure, QFK, you can come up with. What's up, dude? Did you see the Haas talk?
I watched every minute of it.
Nice, man.
And I gotta say, I disagree with your takes on diets and how it's overconsumption that's the problem and not a metabolic issue. I really disagree with that. I think it's a
Okay.
load of shit.
Okay.
So you want me to get into it?
Okay, well, I'm curious, like what you thought, like that DNA was not real before we do the food thing.
DNA is real, and it's not deterministic at the same time. It's not like you're predisposed to your genes.
Mm-hmm.
It's yeah, you're a load of shit if you say genes determine every aspect of your life.
Yeah, I don't think that anyone. Again, it's like an absolute statement that nobody would ever say. So I think that that's like we were talking about. Like we have to test whether or not like removing a piece of DNA is going to have a big impact on an organism. And it does, right? You mutate that piece of DNA, and now they can't make that protein, and it does have a huge impact on it, right? So DNA can be deterministic, absolutely.
Well, is it the RNA of the DNA that's deterministic, or the DNA itself? Because
Well,
the
if the
RNA has impacts on the DNA too.
So if we, so I do this, and this is literally what my job is every day. So I take the DNA out of an organism because we need to preserve a protein, and this protease, which eats proteins, is taking away the protein that I love. I really care about that protein. So I kill the protease that is going to kill what I want, and when I take that gene out of the genome for the protease, it's not there anymore. I can do sequencing of the RNA and it's not there. I can look for the protein, that protease, and it's not there.
Okay. What's your point?
Well, I mean that what do you mean? That is the whole point. You're saying that RNA goes to DNA, and if there was something
Yeah.
that the organism was producing that was toxic to it, then it would create DNA from RNA, and it can't do that.
But how can you say that when there was a scientist who won a Nobel Peace Prize proving the reverse transcript trans I forgot the word.
Reverse
Trans something.
transcriptase, yeah, reverse transcription it does exist. Yeah,
Yeah, it does
okay,
exist. So
yeah, but how
it's
is that
not
RNA
just
getting there?
how's the by what's the word? Hold on. Let me cook. Uh when there's a thing that binds two molecules together.
Okay,
The protein.
okay,
The protein molecule binds two molecules together, right?
it
A
can.
and B.
Okay.
Yes. So
But
without
and then it
that
makes
protein
RNA from that? The DNA polymerase, the RNA polymerase, the reverse transcriptase. I mean, I actually work with RT. That is part of my job. Actually have it. I use it.
well, RT?
Reverse transcriptase.
Oh, I thought you meant the other RT.
Mhm. Well, you
Um,
would. I mean, you would. But
it'd be
see how
better,
like
honestly.
the things that like you're talking about here, I can test and I have tested, and they never pan out.
Yeah, Karl Popper, falsification, yada yada. I
No,
heard
no, I'm
it
talking
before.
about like my job, dude. I'm talking about like what I actually do as a job, like as a molecular biologist, and I make new strains, and like I literally do like what you're talking about, and it doesn't. If there was a way for me to do what you're talking about, I would do it, right?
Yeah, but your job is kind of isolated, don't you think? Like we're more
How?
complex being.
No, you're not.
You
No, you're not. Dude, you are as evolved as a yeast species. You are as evolved as a bacteria. You're as evolved as a plant. There is no hierarchy of complexity that exists in nature.
I don't think bacteria can think on its own existence, think about its own
Yeah.
existence.
That it's not evolved in order to do that.
But we as humans can have consciousness of ourselves and our
Yes,
being.
because we evolved. We are as evolved as humans are to have this discussion and to think philosophy. Bacteria are as evolved to do what they do. It's just different mechanisms and different evolutionary pushes.
So they're
That
not as evolved as us.
no, that's incorrect. They are as evolved. They are here. They have gone. They're actually probably. I mean, arguably, they go through a generation every hour. So, I mean, versus the generation time for humans, how many generations has there been since humans evolved 200,000 years ago? Versus like how many with bacteria that evolved 2 billion years ago.
Right. Well, what I mean is not as complex as us. I didn't mean evolved as us. I meant they're not as complex
I
as
am.
us because
No, I am. I'm using that word specifically as evolved. Complexity is something that is it's immaterial, man. That doesn't make any sense. Like you have a human brain and you're thinking human complex, and that's not how biology works.
well, when we have different brain functions than bacteria, then I put two and two together, and it's not.
Hmm.
They're not as complex as us.
Okay, so like you realize that there are things that bacteria can do that we can't do as well.
Like you're really gonna compare a toad to like human complexity?
Dude, so a bacteria in Antarctica in response to UV radiation can create nanoparticles in order to protect itself and in order to protect DNA that it has and in order to not have UV mutations accrue within its DNA. So it creates a new nanoparticle de novo from its DNA, from its genome in order to protect itself. It basically creates its own sunscreen to protect the genome from UV radiation. When humans get UV radiation on our bodies and it accrues mutations in our skin, you know what happens? A sunburn. That's what a sunburn is that your DNA has changed so much in your skin cells that your body has rejected it entirely and it's sloughed it off. So therefore, that bacteria has a function that humans don't have, and that means that bacteria is as evolved or even more evolved in that case than humans.
I think that's what I'm trying to get at. Is your point exactly that their bacteria detects its environment, right? The bacteria in Antarctica detects the sun, and it generates a new. Would you say genome
No,
to
a nanoparticle.
a nanoparticle from its environment?
No, from its gene. So
That's what you said.
it activates. No, no. There's a stress that happens, an abiotic stress. So outside of the cell, there is UV radiation coming in. It detects that UV radiation. Parts of its genome that wasn't activated before turns on, and that DNA gets transcribed into RNA, and then that RNA it translates into a protein, and that protein folds into creating that nanoparticle.
What transcribes to the DNA in the first place? That there's sun. Is it the cell receptors detecting the environment?
Yeah, basically it's probably like some type of cell thing it's not going to want to do that all the time, right? So it's going to want to turn on and off the ability for that nanoparticle in order to be made, because if you just use all your resources constantly as a cell in order to make something, it's going to kill itself, right? Because you're
Right.
using
Like
too many of your resources.
our ability to produce vitamin C, right? When we don't eat vitamin C, our body produces vitamin C, right? We have that on and off button within ourselves.
Okay, what you're talking about, or you're alluding to, is a pseudogene. So a pseudogene is something that we have, like for example, humans have the ability to make vitamin C, but it's accrued mutations to stop that from happening. So basically, we've turned off our own ability to make vitamin C because humans evolved in the presence of a lot of citrus. Citrus has vitamin C, so it's a
Mhm.
waste of metabolic energy in order to continually make vitamin C if we're getting enough from our food. So, like, not all mammals, majority of mammals make their own vitamin C. Humans don't. So, that's another way that humans aren't as evolved as another organism.
Right, but majority of animals aren't planting oranges in the ground and eating it from
The
that.
reason why
They
we,
have
but but I'm saying where they're not as evolved as in the evolutionary path that has been taken is been pushing us to that direction. So that my point is that we are all on that same path. We're just being pushed in different directions, and our energy is being used in different ways. So that's why. So in other
that's,
words,
would you say
humans
that's
are
because of
more
our
efficient
environment?
because we accrued those DNA mutations that turned off that gene. It's actually more efficient, and the natural selection process chose humans that had those pseudogenes or had that vitamin C turned off.
Right. Wouldn't you say our difference from animals or a toad, for example, for produce like toads produce their own vitamin C, it's because of our environments, our two different environments?
Sure, I don't know if like toads make their own vitamin C, but yeah, yeah, it is our like our environment. Yeah,
Well, I'm just saying toad for the meme,
yeah.
but yeah, like they can't climb up an orange tree and eat an orange, or they don't plant oranges or any citrus foods. So animals have to produce it with themselves, but we don't have to do that because of our environment of planting orange
Hmm.
trees. So
Yeah,
environment has a
so
bigger role to play on genes than heredity.
yeah, species evolve for abiotic or biotic reasons. So abiotic would be anything that's not biological. So you could have types of like weather events, you could have stresses, you could have there's a whole host of different non-biologically related reasons that you could evolve, and then there's biotic reasons. So that would be like a predation event. That would be the need in
Okay.
order to make a gene or something like
Okay.
that.
And here's where I pick up from Haas, where he couldn't answer quite well.
Okay.
Every biological reaction, whether it be abiotic or biotic, has to have a catalyst. This is science 101. Every reaction needs a catalyst, right? And I'm asking the question, what is the catalyst here?
Hmm.
I think it's like environmental detection from your cells that has is the catalyst for these things.
Yeah, I mean that like bacteria like has can sense their environments too. So you can have it's like chemotaxy where they will like sense a gradient, a chemical gradient, and they'll actually tumble in their space, and then until if it goes less, then they'll start tumbling more so that they can get back on, and then they can go stronger and stronger until it's like they're into that's how like bacteria can like sense their environment. So yeah, I mean even bacteria can do this.
Right.
Hmm.
Right. Um so let me see. How's your day?
Good, man. Good. I mean, what I don't understand, um, like why do you believe the things that you believe? Like, who taught you this about biology?
Um Definitely not the
Western
state.
science. Yeah, 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 yeah. No, no, no. Like
Okay.
your actual. What are your actual beliefs grounded in?
I believe in inductive and deductive reasoning.
Okay, sweet. So Karl Popper's right down your line. This is great. But
Yeah.
like, no, but like what? Like, but this is so out of abstract. Like, you wouldn't normally come through this RNA to DNA thing. So like, where did you learn about this?
A book that I have called Lamarck's Signature
Okay.
talks about how even Charles Darwin, um, and neo-Darwinists tend to ignore this about Charles Darwin, but Charles Darwin had Lamarckian influences on
Okay.
him
Yeah. Yeah.
that
It's okay.
neo-Darwinists ignore.
Okay. But like, does it worry you that no other biologists are going to be like citing anything that you're kind of saying here or from this book, the ideology that you're kind of espousing here? Does that bother you?
Uh, I beg to differ because Ray Peat, a dietary biologist, cites Lysenko and Soviet biologists all the time in his work, but he's passed
Okay.
away now.
Okay. But
Yeah.
but that's not how, I mean, you can find a PhD that says anything, man. Like you can find, that really means nothing.
Yeah, but you just said that no doctor or scholar uses any of the sources I use.
No, yeah, exactly. It's not the mainstay. It's not widely cited. Like so, citations is one way of kind of figuring out where the mainstream scientific opinion kind of is and what people are kind of thinking about as like building that knowledge base as we go forward. and like nobody kind of like goes back and says, yeah, it's actually, we missed this. It's actually RNA to DNA.
So if most people jump off the bridge, is that the right thing to do?
If there's a fire or something on the bridge and it's all collapsing and there's a good river underneath it, sounds like a good plan. Yeah, you could like make your own reasoning.
What if I told you there's a bridge right underneath that one that people can just climb under and instead of jumping off that bridge? But mainstream doctors won't show you that bridge underneath. Like
Like
for example, the vaccines, right? Instead of saying, "Oh, you guys should improve your immune system so the COVID virus won't be as bad for you by eating more whole meals," you should just take this vaccine. Just
but
take this
okay,
vaccine.
but let's okay. I agree with Omar. I really am curious though. Like I really want to pan out like where how you think these mechanisms are happening because I mean like where is the RNA coming from? I don't understand.
The RNA comes from. Let me see here. I'm trying to remember. Where does the RNA come from?
Hmm.
Is that the question you're
Yeah,
asking?
yeah, yeah. Because from what I understand, what you're saying, can I give you your opinion? What I understand, what you're saying.
Sure, sure.
So I think that what you're saying is that the environmental stress happens. This cell
Yes.
senses it,
Yes.
and then in order to have that sense, a protein makes RNA, and then and basically in order to store that RNA and that environmental event, DNA it's reverse transcribed now back to DNA, some of it,
Yep.
and then now it has that RNA molecule that
Hmm.
then can make protein from that, I guess.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
Okay.
And then how is this passed down to heredity? Well, from the seed of man and then the egg of the woman.
Yeah, that's a really, I mean, that's a tough one, man, for you to, because it's just the
Gamules. You know what gamules are?
gamules,
Yeah.
gametes.
No, gamules.
Okay, what's a gamule?
Don't make me open my book, man.
Well, isn't, I mean,
Hold on.
like we, isn't it like, you shouldn't have to rely on one book in order to understand how the world works, right? I think he's like the coffee thing. I think it means that he's looking something up, he's searching it, looking up like Marxist.org or something.
No, it's not a gamule.
Okay, what's it called?
Attaches to the so whenever RNA is transcribed to DNA from the environmental stress, this attaches itself to um, a seed. The seeds.
The
Um,
gametes?
is that what it is?
I mean that's I'm bro. I have no idea what it is. This was this is the actual mechanism of heredity that Haas didn't understand either. And I don't understand. Like it's like he was saying that they just have a feeling, like the cell just has like what it wants to do, and then in reproduction, the offspring just has a sense of what it is.
Yeah, so it's the gametes.
Gametes. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry
Yeah.
about that.
No, it's okay. I mean, we're I'm trying to figure out your belief here and why you believe it. So that's like and
I
where
feel
it's
like you
coming
know
from.
what I believe, but you're just so indoctrinated that
I'm
you know.
literally trying to. I'm bro. You said that I understood it pretty well. I'm not trying. I'm genuinely not trying to straw man you. I want to know like what you believe and why you believe it.
Okay, so the gametes are what transfer to the heredity
Yeah,
to the offspring.
exactly. And inside of that gamete is what? Like, what is the
The
gamete?
the gamete, I think, they're cells.
Uh-huh.
that have the newly learned environmental stress.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is pretty easy though, right? We could just take any gamete and we could just sequence all the nucleotides that are in there. We could sequence all the DNA, all the RNA, and we could just see what the composition is. Be really a simple experiment that we could test. I have sperm. We could do it right now.
I don't think that'll be appropriate for TikTok,
No,
sir.
that would be the experiment. I'm saying we could do the experiment right now. We wouldn't have to like create anything. Do you know what I'm saying here? Like why can't we just like if it's so easy to test, man? Like why isn't anyone done? Why can't like you realize that like if we were planning, I'm trying to plan your experiment that could win me the Nobel Prize and get me worldwide recognition here. I'm using you actually. You realize that?
Okay. Okay.
Do you understand the amount of notoriety and fame that I would get if I could prove you right? I would be it would be I would be a billionaire, man. I'd be the most famous scientist of all time. I'm trying to
I think it's possible, but school systems don't teach that.
dude,
School
this would be
systems
such
teach
a
the
breakthrough, man, that they would get out and it would be known the worldwide that that you wouldn't need a school, man. Like it would just be so easy to test that I could just publish it and people would be blown away. Like this is a fundamental change on how we thought biology worked. And like literally every
also
guy has the
also
ability
this
to test this at any time.
this idea of publishing whatever you want and picking up steam is also there's some nuance to be understood because a lot of stuff gets buried if it goes
That's not
against the
true, bro.
mainstream.
Dude, that's not true at all. The if anything, the pandemic showed us that you can publish in any journal in the world, bro. You can find a journal in the world to get your stuff published in and get a DOI number and have enough people hoodwinked and thinking that it's legit and it can spread like wildfire. Like that is just absolutely not true. I think the layman that is being told to you, and you're right in the fact that like the Cell Nature Science papers are going to relentlessly tear this apart, and it'll never pass the peer review process at all. But like you could get it like in some random journal that exists, you could absolutely publish it. And
Um,
yeah, trust me, bro. Trust me. I've read some of these papers from like the anti-vax stuff or the I don't even want to. I don't even want to tell you because I know that you were talking about something before. But like, I've read tons of papers that are provably wrong, but they get published anyway. It's a joke. It's absolutely a joke. If you're a scientist, you know what journals to publish in order to get whatever you want published. So why can't we just test the gametes, which would be the sperm of any guy, and we would just test the amount of RNA and DNA from the
wait,
sperm and just see what's in there?
was I cut off this whole time because I was talking?
Oh, sorry, bro. Yeah, you were cut off. I'm sorry. I'm just sorry. If you did you
Okay.
hear me? Did you hear what I was saying?
Yeah, I was responding to your point, but then
Okay,
you
sorry. Go
went
ahead.
off.
Go ahead.
Let me just respond real quick. There was this
Yeah.
cardiologist named Peter McCallow, who was opposed to the vaccine, and he faced professional repercussions in his field. He got fired and laid off and was
Yeah,
shunned by the community.
yeah, dude, that's a completely different thing, right? That's like we're not talking about the publishing of something that is provably revolutionary for all of biology versus a dude that has board certification and people only listen to him because he has that board certification and him harming his patients and them removing his license. So we're talking about the publication of truly revolutionary bits of knowledge and that not being able to get published anywhere in the world, which is completely preposterous.
Okay, so you speak of truly revolutionary knowledge.
Yeah,
Who-
if yeah, dude, if gametes and men, every
I was
man in
about a
the
straw
world,
man, but yeah.
go ahead. I'm not
No, I didn't
strawmanning you.
want
That's
to.
what you said, dude.
No, no,
I'm
no.
not trying to strawman you. I really want to
I was
understand what
about
you're
to
talking.
straw man.
Go
I
ahead.
was about to straw man. I was about to talk about AIDS and someone, but yeah,
No,
that's I
we're
don't want
staying on this topic, bro. This is how you believe that the world works, how biology works, man. We're sticking on this. This is huge.
to. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, let's really conclude this. Let's really understand it. So why like the like how would you plan this experiment to show that what you're saying is real?
Um, I I I wouldn't have to plan it because these experiments have already been done. We've seen it with like
Okay.
mice with heat exposure. We've seen it with giraffes and their necks growing
Okay.
because of their environment. They have to eat from tall trees,
Okay. So
right?
that's no, but that's not showing any type of RNA as the main molecule as of heredity. I mean, I just want
Um,
to say, I just want to tell you, it wasn't always DNA as the main unit of heredity. Okay, you're not wrong in like that. DNA was something new. They thought that like they knew that DNA had like existed. They could precipitate it out of the cell. They knew that it was there, but they didn't understand that it was the unit of heredity until much later than like Darwin and Lysenko and all that kind of stuff. And
yeah,
like they're really
in the
the
50s.
main scientific theory at the time was that the like proteins. It was like proteins that were the actual main body of heredity change over time. So it wasn't even RNA.
Um, okay. Well,
Okay.
aren't okay.
And then we figured out the structure of DNA and that we had these the codon, so nucleotides goes to a codon, a 3 nucleotide base pair. And that was like a huge step forward because now we could understand how we can actually accrue genetic mutations and change the genome over time and accrue genetic mutations that's not going to wreck the entire organism. Do you
a
understand?
nucle
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, like a nucleotide is like the A and the G and the C, right? And the DNA triple helix.
Yeah. Yeah, but then it's a double helix, but it's fine.
Oh,
And then
helix.
three of them together creates a codon. All right. But you
Yeah.
can actually have different nucleotide combinations that give the same like that give the same amino acid that comes from that. And that's one of the huge breakthroughs in understanding how biology works because it allows us to have mutations in those nucleotide changes that gives us the same final protein. And that's why what we were talking about before with genetic diversity and all that kind of stuff, this is how we actually have genetic diversity
Yeah.
within
Sure.
organisms, within a population. And this is how populations evolve, not individuals.
Sure.
So I mean,
I
it
just
all flows, and so
I
it,
just
and all this understanding of like genetics and molecular biology fits on perfectly with Darwin and his ideas. So that's how we understood it until on. I mean, and you're right. Like epigenetics and the mice experiments completely revolutionized how we understand the ways that organisms can and stress events in their lives can have an impact on their heredity. So the experiment was basically they take mice, expose them to like deadly levels of heat, nearly deadly levels of heat, and in order to live, they put epigenetic silencing around it. So little methyl groups will be on the chromosome itself, and entire regions of the chromosome will be silenced. And basically, because as the chromosome, a chromosome is basically DNA wrapped around histones, and all these histones like come together in order to bring a chromosome. So the idea that you could actually silence a huge portion of the chromosome is insane, right? And
Mhm.
it happens. And what they found was that the mice over time actually the offspring had similar methylation patterns. So it
Mhm.
wasn't just like a single nucleotide change of the mutants of the that caused like a premature stop codon or anything like that would change the genome sequence directly, the offspring of the mom that went through the heat stress had a similar methylation patterns. That's what you're talking about, right? That's what you're alluding to.
Well, the whole point of what I'm saying is essentially I'm against race science and racialist determinism. I'm against Mendele. I think people have a greater impact on their bodies as to what they perceive. They can change themselves, they can transform themselves into improved versions of themselves and not just be predisposed to their, you know, whatever heredity they think they have. Like people will say like, "Oh, my dad had cancer, that means I'm going to have cancer." "Oh, my dad
Okay,
had diabetes, I'm going to have
but
diabetes." Like, no,
but
that's
why
not true.
can't you just believe that and believe like DNA to RNA to proteins? Why is it all just like why does it have to be one package deal?
Because I don't think that it's randomized. Like DNA isn't randomized. I think
It's not
there's
random. It's not random at all.
well, gene genetics, modern genetic science will tell you like it's all completely random and you
Nope.
have no
Nope, it's not random.
okay, then we agree.
I mean, it's so you have DNA mutations that happen randomly because of DNA polymerase errors in copying the DNA, but those changes that accrue, all mutations aren't created similar, right? We were just talking about how some of those DNA changes can still yield the same protein. So that means that it's not random. We are selecting for organisms that are creating the same protein, and that process is called natural selection because they're being selected for naturally within the environment. Humans can do selecting, right? For example, dogs. So human selection can create abnormal genetic defects a lot more quickly, and that wouldn't normally accrue in nature. So it's not natural selection. But that just shows dogs are a great example of how powerful some of these genetic mutations can have.
You're talking about when dogs were domesticated from wolves?
I'm talking about how in the last 120 years, like all the hundreds of dog species basically arose, since they were domesticated like 10,000 years ago. It wasn't until like 100 years ago that we got all these different shapes and sizes and all these different snouts and long lengths and all that kind of stuff. All that speciation, well, they're not different species, but those different strains of dog all became so different so quickly. So it shows you the power of these mutations, man.
Right. I just I reject there being a domesticated gene, like a gene that represents domestication.
But why? Why would you? Why? Like, okay, I don't. That's fine that you believe in like freedom and liberty, and I love that. That is okay. I do too, man. I have that same value. But the idea that you have to also believe this like RNA to DNA thing, and that RNA is the unit of heredity, when it's so easily shown to be wrong. You're discrediting all your other arguments, bro. Like people
Like
are not going to listen to you when you say
okay,
something so provably wrong.
okay, for example, the domestication process of dogs. How did that happen? It took many years of um in focusing on wolves' environments and making the wolves' environments more domesticated and more human friendly. And through that time, their cells were receptive to that environment, and then that got transcribed to their DNA. You know
I
what I'm
mean, I
saying?
think that wolves just started hanging out with humans, and we started feeding them, and they were like, and you can actually see, by the way, you can actually check the genetics of dogs and you can check their ability in order to break down similar foods that we have. So they actually, in the domestication process, have similar like metabolic like factors that humans have that no other organism has. So you can actually see the genetics in it.
I wouldn't say that's genetics. I would say that's more of a holistic thing. It's not just genetics. Like for example, computers have so many small ingredients for it, like different codings and different levels to it. Like to say like, oh, this one code determines all features of computers is just ridiculous to me.
Okay, but you're dude again, dude. You're just talking about like free will, man. Like that's fine. You want to talk about like free will and saying that you're not, who you're not beholden to your initial outcome or where you started from. You can be different, and you have a say in what your future is, and like that's beautiful. Like that's I agree with you. Like hell yeah, dude. Like but like where the hell does this RNA to DNA to RNA heredity come from, man?
You want me to give you like a source or like a scientist?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, Taylor, I see you, man. I'm sorry. Or I see it. Just give me a second. We're we're really close. I was just kidding. Sorry. Omar, we're close. We're close, dude. It's gonna be. We're almost through the breakthrough moment. Okay, we're almost there. We're almost there, guys.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah. What's the name?
I'll send it in chat.
Oh, can you DM it to me? Then I genuinely. Oh look. Okay, Howard Temin. Okay. Okay. He's talking about this is the discovery of reverse transcriptase. Okay. But that's just dude, that is just a like it's just an enzyme, man. That's not like the unit that's not the thing that like proves everything. That's what I don't understand. Like you're giving one aspect that's like completely that can't be the bedrock for your entire worldview is this. What I think is happening is that you're questioning Western science and you think that all Western science is based on capitalism. And you think that what I
Well,
believe and everything else is predicated on that. And you think that because Lysenko is connected to USSR and all these other like these ideologues that you believe in.
okay, slow your roll, slow your roll. Lamarck was from France, so I'm agreeing with Western science in this situation.
Okay. Thank you for the correction. I appreciate. Okay.
Yeah, more coming. Stay tuned.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, you have like a lot of reasons why those. Yeah, I mean, so basically, reverse transcriptase is a enzyme used from Wikipedia. It's an enzyme used to convert RNA to DNA. And
Yeah.
these are used a lot of times for viruses in order to insert themselves into the genome of organisms. So even the viruses, bro, even the viruses, in order to be the heredity, in order for the cell to be replicated and their viral genome to be replicated within the cell, they have to go to DNA.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. I
exactly.
agree.
So exactly, dude. Exactly. That is the breakthrough moment. See, I told you, Omar. We got there. We got there. So with you are just a collection of cells, right? And in order for HIV to continue existing within you as a cell, it had to reverse transcribe itself from RNA to DNA. And that is the heredity that happened. And you just agreed with it. Does that make sense?
I don't disagree with what you're saying.
Okay, so then I don't understand. Okay, I don't think that you do, because you just agreed to the antithesis of what you had been arguing the last 40 minutes.
How?
Because your cells, your cell that has the HIV, in order to replicate that HIV genome,
Well, how did the cell get the HIV?
you got infected. You got
How
infected.
did you get infected?
I mean, it's a virus, bro. So it's just like it's any other infection event.
Okay, so wait, the genetic base of a virus is a nucleotide, right? Or nucleic acid? Which one was it?
So there's RNA and DNA viruses.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them are called retroviruses because they go from RNA to DNA, and then they insert themselves into the genome of the cell,
Right,
of that
right.
cell.
That's the worst kind of virus, right?
Exactly. So
Yeah.
these viruses evolved to
Mm-hmm.
be where they could be, that would be inherited forever. You can't get rid of me now because I've inserted myself into your mainframe, into your main code. They evolved to go from RNA to DNA.
Yeah.
Exactly. If RNA was the mainstay of heredity, there wouldn't be viruses that went from RNA to DNA, because that would be wasted. There would be no evolutionary need for them to do that. So any virus that had the base pairs in order to make reverse transcriptase would be worthless. You're wasting energy, and no organism is going to create and maintain that piece of worthless DNA over millions of generations.
Do you have a source that you could send me
For
that
what?
talks about this?
I'm looking at the thing that you sent me, man. We're looking at the Wikipedia for Howard Martin Temin, and we're talking about how he discovered reverse transcriptase. And I'm telling you that the evolution and creation of this reverse transcriptase as an enzyme completely wrecks your entire worldview through evolution.
I mean, I don't think evolution describes the whole, like, humans in isolation.
We're talking
Like,
about viruses, brother. And by the way, this is kind of cool. This is kind of cool to keep it kind of going. Viruses have no single progenitor. There's no single descendant for all of viruses, right? There is no like kind of like how eukaryotes and stuff, like there was like a kind of there was like an event, an endosymbiotic event that created like the eukaryotic cell, and that was something that changed the future of evolution. Viruses evolved separately multiple times, so they wouldn't like this would be if this was worthless, going from RNA to DNA, they wouldn't exist, man. They wouldn't evolve.
why wouldn't they evolve? Because they depend on DNA.
Yeah, exactly. If the unit of heredity is RNA, then all the viruses that went from RNA to DNA would go away.
Aren't you okay? Correct
Do you
me if
understand
I'm
what I'm
wrong
saying?
here. Correct me if I'm wrong
Go ahead?
here, but are you saying? I'm not saying that DNA doesn't exist. I'm saying that both RNA and DNA exist.
Yeah.
It sounds like what you're saying is that I'm saying DNA doesn't exist and
No. You're saying
viruses
that
only
DNA doesn't
recognize
exist.
them.
You're saying that DNA and RNA exist, but you're saying the main unit of heredity is RNA, and I'm saying that's not true based off of reverse transcriptase. and the
Okay.
evolution of those viruses. Think of it, dude. Think of it. If, like, let's say, let's say you're a virus, okay, and you have to replicate. You have to have a host, right, in order to replicate, and you have to, like, in order to
Yes.
exist,
Yes.
you need to like
Viruses need
latch
hosts to
onto the
replicate.
host,
Yeah,
okay?
this is true.
So what you're going to try to do is you're going to embed yourself into the main unit of heredity for a cell. Where, in your viewpoint, where would be the main point, the main latch, the main handle? Where is that virus going to latch into?
Okay, I'm not dodging your question. I just want to. If I ever said that RNA is the main unit of heredity, I want to correct myself now. I think, I think DNA is the main. Uh, it is the main group of heredity because people can trace back their ancestry through DNA.
We did it. We did it. Thank you. We did it. You did, and you're right. And we can do mitochondrial genomes, and we can do DNA. Exactly. You're right. So you actually, as a human, by the way, you actually have two different genomes that we can sequence and we can trace over time. Mitochondrial genomes and your human genome. That is
My
from your.
main, my main point isn't that RNA is the main catalyst for heredity. It's that genes are not the main catalyst of heredity.
Okay. Okay. All right. That's fine. I understand what you're saying. Ha's saying the same thing. I'm very familiar. Okay. But
Hmm.
when HIV embeds itself into the genome, it puts a series of genes in there, which is a gene is a promoter region where they bind, the machinery binds, and then it creates, it's called an open reading frame where all the proteins come, and then it has a terminator region. And that's where that's where it comes off, and it mostly is used to protect the RNA so that it isn't eaten by RNAs. So, what part of that is not true, or what is that? What, like, how? Why don't genes exist?
Sorry, I'm just
Don't read chat. It's just me and you here, bro. We're
no.
just close your eyes and
Yeah,
just we're gonna walk through this together.
yeah. I'm 23 years old. I don't need you telling me that, but thank you.
Okay, okay, that's fine.
I'm digesting what you're saying.
Okay, I'm really trying to just focus. With we're on this journey together, brother.
So, so are you saying that DNA and genes are essentially the same thing?
So DNA is kind of like the nucleotides that and the structure, but then genes are kind of like how they are all put together. They have similar, they're called motifs, where it's like, oh, hey, there's a start codon. Oh, this is a stop codon. Oh, this is a part of the where the machinery first binds in order to do transcription. This is where it comes off. So it's kind of like a similar sequence that we kind of see. And when you see like a genome, by the way, it's just ACTs and Gs, and it's not annotated. It's really tough to know like what part is a gene or not. And basically, you through computers and through people that have taken that have annotated parts of the genome to say, hey man, when I took this out, PRB1, the protein was taken out. I know I know that this part of the genome encodes for this protein, so I'm going to publish that. I'm going to publish it to the NCBI database, and we're going to publish that genome. That's how it kind of that's how we build that knowledge.
Okay.
So what part of that is not real?
The part that it's completely random and
It's not random though. I was just saying that there's very like similar like you're basically saying that when I drive down the road, it's just completely random where you go. And I'm saying no. There's like lanes on the ground. There's lights telling you what to do.
Actually, I'm not saying that. Mendeley is saying that it's completely random.
No, nobody. No, I mean, I don't know.
You know Mendeley?
I'm confused. I'm confused what
You're,
you're trying to say.
you know who Mendeley is?
The
You're
scientist?
yeah.
I know Mendeley is the reference manager, bro. I don't know who the scientist is. Sorry.
He's the guy who's like going hard on the whole racial thing, and it's all completely random. And that's my
Mendel?
op.
Gregor
That's my
Mendel?
yeah. That's my ideological op.
But like, okay, when we're jumping around from like genes aren't real to like free will again, man. That's what I don't understand. Why can't we just like go one thing at a time and just like talk about that? Like, how does genes existing not give you free will?
Um, because people say that your environment has nothing to do with it. It's all just
No, that's nobody. I mean that's not what people say.
Fauci says it. Mainstream doctors say it.
Ming, I can't.
Yeah, like I've met many people with cancer whose doctors have told them like, "Oh, you have no hope. Completely destroy your T cells by doing chemotherapy."
Well, I mean, there's like deleterious mutations that exist, man. Entire diseases can be there just because of one genetic mutation. Mengele? Are you talking about that? The angel of death? The guy that's the physician in World War II, the Nazi? Like I okay. So I mean, there are entire diseases based off of whether or not you have like some mutations, man. So you're there. You go. You're back now. So yeah. So sometimes it can be extremely deterministic. If you have a yeah, Gregor Mendel. Yeah, that's what I was saying. So, but you realize that like PKU disease and stuff exists because of a single nucleotide change in your genome. Like you can't assimilate and take in like a molecule that exists in the world and it becomes extremely toxic to you and it could kill you if you take it in. That I mean
But like,
that is
okay.
that by definition that mutation in that gene determines a lot of disease for people. That could be their entire life could be determined by that.
Won't the mutation being turned on and off be based on the protein, like it connecting with a protein?
Sometimes the protein that's created from the mutated gene can't do its function. It's such a big important part of what it does that it misfolds the entire thing and it kills the entire function of it. It's called epistatic mutations that will cause the entire folding
Right.
of it to be completely different.
Right. And let's say someone whose father had cancer, right? And their offspring is living an unhealthy life and is breathing in pollution and whatnot, right? Won't that protein exacerbate that mutation?
I mean, it matters what the disease is, right? The PKU stuff. It's like the parents could not have it, and you just get it, and it's like the kid has it, and that's like their entire life is changed. And we can with CRISPR and through gene editing now, we can actually go through and save some of these people's lives Their entire quality of life is completely changed because we can change single nucleotides in their genome, and it has like it completely changes their life to the better. Do you realize that's happening?
By genetic engineering.
Yeah.
I recognize that it's happening, but I also recognize that there's like some shortcomings to that.
No, but like that. What's the shortcoming of that?
Like it's very focused on one isolated part of your body system. It's not like
Yeah, we're gonna focus on things that we can change with one nucleotide change very precisely and
but
not have any adverse
okay.
off-target events.
Okay. But
Yeah.
you just said you were talking about how your gut and mind are connected.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that too. I think your body
Yeah.
is all connected together. Not you can't just take one part of your body in its isolation. Same thing with cells.
Mm-hmm.
So cancer is a systemic issue. It's
We're
not
not
just
talking
one
about
part of your
cancer.
body.
We're not talking about
Right, but I'm
cancers.
giving you an example of a disease that the genetic engineering is attempting to fix. If it's
Okay.
attempting to fix breast cancer in your breast area, but the other parts of your body are messed up, then to what avail?
I mean, cancers are really like bad example here because there's hundreds of different types of cancer. Because you are a collection of a lot of different types of cells. You're basically just like when you scoop up ocean water, it's like 10 to the seventh amount of different types of bacteria and cells, and there's a community of them all growing together, and one's waste will be another one's energy source, and they'll work together and grow together. And basically we're kind of like that, but we are a collection of human cells. And in order for us to really create this human, we have to stop certain cellular processes and stymie the growth of others. And basically, cell regulation, what that process that we're just talking about, can be mutated and changed at so many different levels. It can be changed at the transcription or the translational, or it could be post-translational, or ways in between there. It can be tons of different steps that those mutations and cancers can arise. So that's why there's so many different types of cancer. We say cancer, but it's really just like, it really encompasses so many different mutations, different ideas.
I agree. Yeah,
But we're
yeah.
talking about a single nucleotide change in someone's life that has awful impacts, and we are changing that, making their whole lives better. And we know because we sequenced the genome before and after, and we
Okay.
know that one nucleotide changed and one gene, and that had that big of an impact. So, by definition,
Okay.
that gene was deterministic,
Okay.
and that mutation had that made that difference.
So let's say they do that whole procedure and they get rid of the toxic part of their, would you say genome?
Yeah, yeah.
Um, to what avail if the person after the procedure goes back to their bad habits of overconsumption and breathing smog, and won't another mutation just flare up?
This is a child though, so this is like a child, like I think it's like IVF kind of like thing where it's like super 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 small, and you have to like make sure all the changes are super are correct and all that kind of stuff. So it's not going to be something that can be reverting. Once you've changed all the cells and all the instruction manuals for the cells to the same thing that what you want, it's not gonna revert back.
Well, I hope that procedure becomes readily available for everyone, especially with
Yeah, exactly,
our
dude. Yeah,
decaying health
because
system.
exactly, dude. So there you go. So genes are deterministic, and we can fix people's entire lives by changing that, and that doesn't impact free will, liberty, freedom, all that stuff. We can hold both
Uh,
of those things in two different minds. I don't, fuck Gregor Mendel, dude. You think as a scientist, I'm citing any of his work? You think like even Darwin, dude? You really think that I was an evolution major and like I've used directed evolution in my papers and all that kind of stuff? You think I'm like citing Darwin, or Darwin has really any say on what I like have as my current hypotheses and stuff like that? Like these guys are so old hat, and a lot of times they'll like be, oh, how can evolution be real because Darwin is yada yada yada. And it's like
but
Darwin.
aren't you indirectly citing him by using people who use people who cited Darwin?
No, because the my my basis and my structure of how I understand the world has moved so far beyond Darwin that we don't even need to like talk about like in your car crash for your car. Do you need to, like, in the insurance report, talk about who discovered iron that was used in your car? It's like, well, no, like who gives a shit about iron, like, and where it was discovered and how the smelting of iron was first done by. It's like, well, I don't care. What is that? Who that guy was a dick. That guy had a really bad opinions on things. So I'm not gonna agree with iron now, or that's what it's just so far back in history, man. It really has no bearing on current scientific theory.
But that's like saying you reading like a political journalist report and saying like, "Oh, they have no influence from Plato because Plato was so long ago."
Sure, yeah,
But like, how can you say that? Like, Plato influenced all these other people who influenced the person you're reading.
okay, but like, do you think like Marx was like? Do you think Marx could be taken out, and the theories that he's talking about could be taken out because of Plato? Like Plato was a dick, and what he said contradicted dialectical materialism in this way. So therefore, Marx is wrong. What would you think about that?
Um, I think Marx is a direct continuation of Plato.
Okay, well, another philosopher then, like whatever the philosopher that you think, like, just like there are stages in philosophical thinking where it's like now it's kind of stands on not alone, but like it fails or succeeds on its own.
They all build off each other. They're not
No,
all isolated random
they're not
works.
all. They're not all. No, they're. It's not like no, dude. Like science is not a snake. Like we don't just like, oh, this and now this and now this and now this. That's not how it works.
So what is it? It's like
You basically
precedent.
take ideas here, and then you explore the inside, the differences, right? Like, like Marx had the idea of studying like culture and economics.
Mhm.
And basically now he's studying how one impacts the other. His like theory didn't have to do with like who discovered culture, the first person to like break down what culture was. Do you know what I mean? Like it's like dialectical materialism. The theory of dialectical materialism doesn't like
Do
have
you,
to be from like, oh, what some Egyptian guy talked about the philosophy of something. It's like, no, man, like he had an idea and now we use it, and this is like we can jump off from here.
Marx's biggest inspiration for his economic works was Adam Smith. Without Adam Smith, Marx
Okay.
would not be possible.
Okay.
So yeah, they all build off each other.
No, but that's okay. So inspired by, but you're talking about like the guy that Adam Smith was inspired by, the guy that person was, and you're like daisy chaining them all together, and they all have to be correct, and they don't. That's not how science works, man.
No, they.
Science,
I don't.
you
I didn't
do
say they have to
create
be.
like a body of knowledge that you step forward on, but like you very much have to prove your new hypotheses, and you have to show that it can live or die on its own.
Yeah. Uh,
Yeah, exactly. So
Okay.
that's why like genes and stuff like that, like they're proven correctly independently every time that I do my work because I I have I do work to change that unit of heredity every single time that I do a genetic mutation on one and a new yeast strain is created that's never existed before in the world that has that change and that impacts the protein that it makes.
Are you are you saying that you read like you got your degree completely independent of anyone? Like, what are you saying here?
Like science works by a lot of it like you look at the problem that exists in the world, you see it and make an observation and then you see who explored this idea in the past.
Yeah.
So you see what they said and then that's what the searching is. And then you do the hypothesis testing and then it invariably fails like 95% of the time it's going to fail your original hypothesis and then you research through that background stuff to see, hey, did they think about this? Did they see any type of these problems? And that's the process. And then you better hone your hypotheses, and then you come to a conclusion, and then you put it out there into the world,
So it does take
and
a
then
village. It does take a village
yeah,
to
dude,
raise
you
them.
that's the whole thing. I stand on the shoulder of giants. It's so true. Like it genuinely is. But at the same time, like Darwin isn't that giant anymore. He like shrinks over time, kind of like the it's diluted by all these other giants that are like he's smaller, and these giants that I'm stepping on, they're like stairs, and Darwin is like the first stair, like really long time ago. Like we're talking like 10 floors down, and you're like, and I'm going from floor 9 to floor 10, and you're talking about like the basement
I
stairs,
mean,
and
I
I'm
could
like,
talk
I don't
about
know, I
floor
don't really
10.
like
I
maybe
can talk about floor 10. I could talk about floor 10. I could talk about Ray Peat, a modern biologist.
I know, but we're talking about how I think I think I'm getting a little lost in like the argument that because I feel like we've done a really good job, and you do agree that the genes are the unit of heredity in terms of PKU, and you agree that DNA is
No, I
the
think
you can also
DNA is the tool of heredity.
okay perfect exactly. So I think we're winning. I think we won, dude. I think we had a great conversation, and I think that we had this is awesome. I'm really happy that we talked through your worldview on how you think biology works, and I hope I gave you some clarity. Genuinely, I really do, and I hope it
All
like
right.
clarified some things. Was it what did you think? What do you think?
I enjoyed the conversation, but I think some of the things you believe in are false.
Okay, that's fine.
But it's fine. It's okay to disagree. You know.
Okay,
Send me some sources if you have some sources. I would like to check them out that contrapose what I'm saying. It'd be easier to read that stuff than talking about it too.
I mean, it's like okay, I can try, but I mean, what you're talking about is like something that's so outside of the scientific mainstream that it's like hard to prove. Nobody's looked at what you're saying. You know what I mean? Nobody's looked at that hypothesis and tested it to say that. And I do that every day. So it's like I'm like quoting my life, dude. Like you know what I mean? I change genomes around for my job. If DNA wasn't the unit of heredity, I wouldn't work as a molecular biologist and a genetic engineer. That's actually my job. I'm making new organisms that have never existed before in the history of the world, and in order to do that, I change their DNA.
Look into Ray Peat. Look into him. He's the 10th level as you said so far. He's a he's a dietary biologist who's inspired by Soviet biologists and He's a big guy on your environmental influences on your diet.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
All right. Take care.
Have a good night.
You too.
We did it. Omar, if you're still in chat, we did it. We did it. Okay, guys. I was not supposed to be up this late. Anyone else have anything they want to say, or why did they all glyphosate, especially in 2001 in America and Europe? Everyone started getting an issue. Yeah, I mean, so you're basically genetically modifying organisms and putting that glyphosate resistance gene inside of plants means plants are susceptible to less pesticides. If you are anti-pesticides, you want to have plants that are genetically modified. It's just truth, because you have plants out there in a field. It is genetically modifying organisms, and absolutely, it's a good thing. So genetically modifying organisms puts you have a plant out in a field, right? And that plant is basically a trough, a food trough, an open food trough that isn't being defended. And an insect is going to come and going to eat your food trough. So how do you protect that plant from being just eaten by these insects? Because that's what they're evolved to do. They're evolved to look, plant, eat, done. And basically, Monsanto created a way for the insecticide to be made within the plant. So that plant now creates the insecticide inside itself to protect that plant. If you don't have any type of natural protection made within the plant to protect itself from the insects, you need to spray things that are going to kill those predators, those insect predators, on those plants. And it's a lot more inefficient to have to spray that insect killing stuff, insecticides, than it is if you actually just create the insecticide inside the plant. So organic farming uses way more pesticides than genetically modifying an organism and modern farming. So if you're wary of pesticides, I really hope that you're eating non-organic, regular food, because the organic food industry is a giant scam. Genetically modified organisms are completely safe. It is completely safe for you to eat genetically modified organisms. The nucleotides that exist inside of a genome are not going to have an impact on you as a person, right? You're going to take that plant in and you're going to break it down, and the nucleotide sequence is not going to be any different. The insect killing molecule inside of it, which is the insecticide, you are not an insect. You are not an insect. It is not going to have any bearing or any impact on you as a human. It just isn't. It's really important for people to realize this. I really feel like we lost the plot here, guys. I'm not kidding. We let organic foods get too into the mainstream, and we got a bunch of crunchy granola lefties that really like we're bleeding into the Maha stuff, and now everyone's has this institutionalized anti-institution idea of and now it's like it's created this problem that people see in their minds, where they legitimately think that we are growing poison and that people are eating poison, and it's just not true. Okay. Sorry, I'm going to catch up with chat. Yeah, you shouldn't be breathing in glyphosate, but you're not going to be huffing glyphosate when you eat something. You can wash it off. You can wash pesticides off. And again, Nadia, if you care about pesticides, more pesticides are used on organic farming than non. Why does the last CEO move to a country that's glyphosate free? I don't know. I'm talking to you about the actual reality that's happening. But I mean, the strawberries are its own thing, right? It's like the how it tastes and all that kind of stuff. That's fine. There's probably less genetic breeding and all that kind of stuff. Glyphosate causes just genetic disturbance. I don't know what genetic disturbance is. I don't know what that means. Glyphosate kills insects. You're not an insect. Why people in California getting cancer living near wine grapes? I mean, there's a lot of people now that are getting cancers because we have the genetic markers and we have the ability to recognize a lot more cancers. So people are living longer and we have new genetic tools in order to recognize these cancers. There is a crunchy granola to alt-right pipeline that's happening. And it's crazy. It is really crazy. I need to wake up. Okay. I'm fully awake. But you guess what? You can be too woke that you get insomnia. And I think that that's what's happening. Yeah, people got leukemia, lymphoma, all these other things before this that happened. So, yeah, I'm sorry, but if you really, organic produce is supposed to be pesticide free. It has to, like, you have to protect. If you're a farmer, you have to use insecticides, or else you're not going to have anything to sell. Full on, right? You're not going to have a plant to sell if you just let insects eat everything. That's just how it is. I'm not trying to that's just what it is. That's the reality. We haven't killed off all the insects yet. We're trying. But the idea that I'm sorry, but the idea that you can just have a bunch of plants that just exist in the world and that no insect is going to try to eat it, it's just not true. That's not how the world works. This is, by the way, I do feel like we are going, and this is why I feel like we are going to have fermentation be a huge part of how we make our food going forward, because you don't have those externalities of pests. You don't have those externalities of climate change. You don't have a variability on your actual production of your food. You're going to be able to dial it down and engineer it down to the percentage. Yeah, so basically nitrates have a problem with runoff. So nitrates go into the water supply, and then what happens is algae blooms come from them. So off of the coast of every major city in the world are these things called oxygen minimal zones, OMZs, where these nitrogen fertilizers go in. It creates an algae bloom. As the algae proliferates, it takes up all this oxygen, and invariably, if it just blooms up, it's going to die. And then as it dies and sinks to the bottom of the sea, so goes the oxygen. So what happens is that's when you see, the news report, 10,000 fish just died and washed up on shore. What happened there? Well, that school went into an oxygen minimal zone and they all died. So it does happen. It's not good. Oxygen minimal zones and runoff is not very good. I actually worked on this type of, and the big problem, and this is the problem with the pesticide example in organic farming, spraying things spraying liquids on plants is a very inefficient way in order to deliver things, right? I mean, have you seen a crop duster? It just goes through and just puts it anywhere, and a lot of it doesn't end up on the plant, or if it does end up on the plant, it doesn't end up on the right spot. So what happens, what people are actually developing, and this is what my nanotechnology lab that I was in was trying to do this, and the field of nanotechnology is trying to do, is basically have more targeted delivery of these micronutrients. So imagine not spraying it everywhere, but placing these micronutrients onto plants and then having that go in specifically. So you have way less runoff. Like we're talking like orders of magnitude less runoff into our environment. It would be really good. Natural pesticides. Yeah, natural pesticides are things that are anti-insects, right? They're going to kill insects. But you got to use a lot more of them than if they actually have, those anti-insect drugs made within the plant. Hydroponically grown food. So that hydroponically grown food is basically when you grow plants in water as opposed to soil medium. This is like a really interesting way that people create, more density. Basically, you get more productive ways of producing food, and they grow faster. They're more energy dense. They have like more stuff going on. So it's it's an interesting way, and it goes well with vertical farming methods. So vertical farming is when you can stack rows and rows of plants in smaller amounts of areas. So we have to figure out ways like that in order to basically create the food that we're going to need in the future. It's proven people near golf courses have had some types of blood issues involving cancer. Okay. But that doesn't mean that has anything to do, why would someone that's living near a golf course have an insecticide? That's not a plant. It's not something that you eat. Not like grass isn't glyphosate resistant. So I don't know I don't know what you're talking about. You're not having massive amounts of pesticides at a golf course. You use massive amounts of insecticides when you have a crop plant that you're willing to sell. Thank you, Bilbo. That's nice of you. Thank you. Targeted pesticides analogous to ADC. I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean by ADC. Most people know what water is here. Yeah, Aaron, the idea is that there's dramatically less pesticides with nanoparticle targeted delivery. Yeah, you'd use drones, and you'd use a more targeted approach so that if it got in, then the nanoparticle could actually bring the phosphorus or potassium inside the cell, as opposed to just putting phosphorus on the waxy cuticle of a plant, and then it just it doesn't get inside the cell. That's the problem. Yeah, they're not going to spray glyphosate all over golf courses, I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Because glyphosate would kill a lot of weeds. They're not glyphosate resistant. Like grass isn't glyphosate resistant, so I don't think. I mean, let me see. Golf course. Let's see. Maybe I'm wrong. I love learning. Genuinely, I'm okay with being wrong. I love the idea of learning. Glyphosate resistant grass golf course. Glyphosate resistance spreading from farm fields to golf courses. golf course weeds are developing resistance to glyphosate. Okay, interesting. It has to be from the runoff then. That makes sense. Yeah. Let's see. A report in the current issue of the journal Weed Science focuses in on biotypes of bluegrass found on the Humboldt County Club in Humboldt. This course has been treated with glyphosate once each winter for nearly 20 years to kill bluegrass weeds. Wow, that's interesting. So then they have, how do they insert the EPSPS gene to, I guess they did. That's interesting. Here, let's check. I was wrong. Cool. Thank you for letting me know. That's awesome. Again, it's going to be a lot easier to have it. Yeah, Ghost, you're right. I'm sorry, I was mixing that up. They do have what is it? I was thinking of something. You're right though, Ghost. It's it's an anti-plant. What is the Yeah, most of the predation actually comes from most nutrient loss actually does come as a crop plant. Your main competition isn't necessarily the insect, it is other weeds, because they're growing and they take all the same micro and macronutrients as you. So they're actually more destructive in the long run. What is the insecticide? Oh, it's the BT gene. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Sorry, guys. Ghost, I was thinking of the BT gene. Plant incorporated protectants. So, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Sorry. Why does an apple taste different in Europe than in America? I mean, I don't know, man. Cosmic crisps are where it's at, man. They taste incredible. I don't know. I mean, the different strain is just going to taste different, I think, Yeah, global warming is definitely real. We're having a huge impact on the environment as humans, and we're having a really big negative impact. So, Ruben, do you think you don't think that you don't think that humans are having a negative impact on the environment? Who's off? Yeah. AI is really, it is, man, I used AI today. It was so cool. The ChatGPT agent stuff, I was using it for the first time and it just blew my mind. Like before I would have to tell ChatGPT to do this and then do this and then do this and then do this. And I would basically do them in batches. I'd do this and then I'd do this with it and then I'd do this with it. And then today with the agent, I just said, hey, this is the goal. This is what I want you to do. Do all of these things all together. And it did it. It took 31 minutes, but it did it. It was incredible. Oh, okay. Okay, Paul, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's not right. It's insignificant that the world's been worse before us. Yeah, that's just wrong. We are having, like, 90% of the world's wetlands that have ever gone extinct have gone extinct within the last 50 years. We are going through a gigantic extinction event right now, worse than we've seen. So it's really bad. If cancer is heredity, does gene have a timing mechanism for a certain age to show up? I mean, some of them do. It's based off of a lot of different factors. But I don't know. Like I said, the cell mechanism and for regulation is there's so many. It's so complex. It's really hard to really talk about cancer as a singularity when there's hundreds of different types of cancer. So, what's holding the atmosphere in place? Well, it's a collection of air molecules, and I don't think that there is anything holding it in place at all. Gravity, I would say. On energy, and energy needs to be renewable and sustainable. So renewable means that we can keep generating that energy. So, for example, there's a limited amount of carbon bonds that lipids in carbon form, chains of CCCs that exists from fossil fuels. Fossil fuels are algae and plants about 500 million years ago. And we are taking those carbon molecules basically and putting them up into the atmosphere when we should be keeping them down in the ground. So what we need to do is that we need to make new carbon molecules that have the same amount of C's and all that kind of stuff, but we need to make them with carbon from the atmosphere. So we need to make new plants. New plant cells need to use photosynthesis to bring down those carbon and create new lipids so that we could run our cars and our airplanes and stuff off of them. And that's what renewable energy is. Sustainable energy means that we use it and we can keep using it without poisoning ourselves. So it's not polluting and that kind of stuff. So the idea is to have a carbon neutral idea so that you can, at least we're not putting more carbon up into the atmosphere. Wetlands. Yeah, wetlands. Wetlands are really important because, wetlands are where a lot of organisms start their life cycles. So it's like where the baby fish and all that kind of stuff starts. And the problem is that we want to live near large bodies of water as humans, and basically really hurts us that and we're killing off all the wetlands in order to make more houses. Why won't European countries take in beef from Americans or milk? I don't know. I mean, right now I think it's because of the we have a flu outbreak that's happening within the cows, and they don't want it. They can change genes through a typical flu shot. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about there. You're not going to be able to change the genes of the flu shot to make it more align with what's actually the current mutations. Prions are really deadly. They're crazy. I mean, it's honestly basically prions are misfolded proteins that will then change the conformational protein structure of other proteins too. So it's crazy. It's really bad. Really bad. Basis of a lot of the disease. The ozone layer. Yeah, I guess. Nuclear energy. The big problem with nuclear is that it is not renewable. So there are ideas to make nuclear renewable, and the fact that like there are seed reactors and these ideas of like using the spent waste from one in order to seed the other and all that kind of stuff. But basically the International Nuclear Commission, when they did their thing in the 1990s, and after they put all that time into making renewable, making nuclear renewable, and they just couldn't do it. The physics doesn't make any sense. So that's the problem with it. And innately, whether or not it's sustainable or not, like whether or not humans can use nuclear without generating enough waste that it actually kills us. I mean, theoretically. But the biggest problem with nuclear is basically like it just relies on a ton of batteries, and you have to kind of like put nuclear reactors kind of everywhere. So you'd basically have like your own little mini nuclear reactor at home. Like it's just, it basically, nuclear does really well in really highly dense population centers. So that don't have the space for solar and wind arrays. It's really really energy dense. So that's the idea. We need to use nuclear in highly dense cities. Everything else, everywhere that we can put a solar or wind array, and we have the space for it, that's where we should be doing. Energy never dies. No, but it increases in, what is it? What's the second law of thermodynamics? Trophy? I forget what the name is. I'm a PhD. I don't have. I'm not a physician. I mean, every river, and I'm a microbiology PhD. Well, I mean, every river and stream has a delta. Yeah, we're talking about like wetland ecosystems, not just like rivers and stuff. Are they going to be more of a problem? Are prions going to be more of a problem? Theoretically, I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's one of those things that's like scary. That people have talked about, that I've read, but I don't understand the mechanism of how prions are going to be more and more of a problem. Is bird flu actually a threat? I mean, it could be. Yeah, we have to do monitoring of it, and we have to make sure that it's not making those jumps. The problem is that the current CDC is a bastardization of what it was, and I don't know if I trust it to say that it's not a problem anymore. Like, we have like institutions that have been completely gutted because of this administration, and you have a bunch of crackpots that are in there that don't know what they're doing or saying, and it's very scary. So I don't know how we rebuild institutional trust. I mean, we had obviously no institutional trust coming from MAGA and Republicans, and they've burned down all these institutions. And now because they don't respect those institutions, they put a bunch of, really maladapted, evil intended people into them. And now it's like legitimately a really good thing to distrust a lot of the institutions. So as a science communicator, it's hard for me to give a take on, like before it was like, the CDC is, or the FDA is like, it's too cautious, but, it's okay. But now for like vaccines scheduling and stuff like that, I don't know. If your physician might be getting disinformation from the CDC itself, just like how the White House published disinformation about lab leak. So it's the disinformation is coming from the institutions now, I guess is what I'm saying, and that's insanely dangerous. All right, guys, I'm going to start wrapping up here. I wanted to. Oh wow, there's 105 people in chat. Oh my gosh. I was like, I wonder if Sunday streams would be a good thing. I don't know. I just started doing this a week ago. So this is my 1 week anniversary of doing TikTok lives. So I'm really happy with the engagement. You guys have been really awesome. Really good questions in chat. So I appreciate you. Yeah, I think like I don't know how we build back institutional knowledge and build back the institutional trust in our country. You know, it's people need to have some civic pride and try to give back and build these up as opposed to just tearing it all down. And I don't know, other than people just dying from like mass diseases and stuff like that, you know, how do we care about the CDC again? I don't know. Well, but then again, 1.2 million people did die from COVID and people still didn't listen to it, even though the CDC was right about COVID, right? And the scientific community was correct the entire way about COVID. Like the conspiracy community didn't produce a single shred of evidence to say that lab leak was true. They didn't produce a single actual objective, like a usable piece of information that would help people in times of COVID, right? Like the hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, all of those were shown to be ineffective. All their hypotheses on the people with the vaccines dying within 6 months, that didn't happen. The mass deaths at 1 year didn't happen. At 2 years didn't happen. And now we're left with, oh, they're all going to die within like 20 years. Or it's like, it's just crazy. Dude, molten salt reactors are really cool. I drive by it to go to Vegas, and it is really cool. Politics is boring but very important, man. You can't separate out politics from science. You just can't. There is a innate ability for science to be impacted by politics, and COVID showed us that, right? The Trump administration gutting science has shown that. We can't just have scientists doing science and politicians doing politician stuff. And it's like, it's unfair, man. Like, what the hell? Like, politicians are like, how many of them are just lawyers in the United States? Like 80-90% of politicians are lawyers, but we can't have scientists like being politicians. So it's nonsense. RFK is dangerous. He is a dangerous human being that is putting a lot of people that have not just incorrect but dangerous ideas at the heads of these institutions. And it's not wanting to make vaccines better. Like, again, not a single anti-vax person or the anti-vax conspiracy side has ever improved a vaccine from any of their skepticism. Not a single experiment that they have run that has ever created a better way in order to make a better vaccine. It's just, they haven't done it. So it's infuriating, actually, that they sit there under the guise of like, oh, I'm just asking questions in order to make things better. It's not. They're not. And we have to call them out. Yeah, yeah, exactly. The people dying from the kids from measles care. Exactly, Kay. That's a great point. Harry, I'm just exactly, man. I think like we need to make things slow down by reading more primary sources. I really do. I think that's the key, is like not reading news, not reading like, or following influencers and stuff like that. We need to like get back to reading primary sources themselves. So like, for example, so I go to Google News and then I'll see if there's a story that pops up. And if they talk about that report, I read the report. I think that's what people should do. And like, genuinely, like I looked something up and I learned something today. I didn't know that there was glyphosate resistant, grass that they were using in golf courses. So that was interesting. So, I'm not going to be right about everything. I don't want to be. I don't want to be, because that means that there's nothing for me to learn, right? I want to be. I want to continue learning, and there's nobody's going to know everything. I had my kid ask me when I got my PhD. He's like, "Oh, Dad, do you know all of like microbiology now?" And it's like, "No, dude, I know like next to nothing about microbiology. I have so much to learn about microbiology." And that's a fun part of it. I didn't watch the new South Park. I saw the clips of it, and I think it's awesome. I think that you have to take the piss from him. As an authoritarian, he thrives on He thrives on his image, so you have to push it down. You have to make fun of him. He is the bro. And it's so frustrating. I mean, the Noah cuts are awful. Again, like, what possible reason would you have for cutting an institution that just does weather monitoring? I mean, other than the ideology being against climate change, right? I mean, that's the idea, is that they're trying to protect themselves from even studying climate change. I mean, by the way, like, you have, like, in ecology classes, right? Ecology, you're studying how organisms adapt to the environment, and like that it literally is climate change. So in your ecology classes, you're like, in order to study how organisms are changing, what better way than looking at it as it happens right now with climate change? And there's tons of examples of how there's speciation happening, there's new species being made, there's weather patterns that are being made. For example, the way that plants and insects interact with one another are intricately, intricate, right? Because insects aren't going to be born during a time where their key flower is gone, right? So they need to actually be born at the same time, or get to maturity at the same time their flower gets to maturation, and that process is just desynced now for a lot of insect species. So we, like, there, you can measure in real time how our climate is changing, how things are evolving. How about we go back to life and try to stop poisoning? I mean, that kind of just is like that paleo conservative idea of, like, we should all just go back to cavemen or something. And I just kind of, like, you see it also with, like, the degrowth movement, where it's like, in order to save the environment, we just have to get rid of our entire society in order for that to work. And I just I just reject that entirely. I think you're right, Kay. I actually worry about even using primary sources. And I talk to him when I say that, like there's a report. If there's a news article on a report, you read the report. The report is the primary source. The news article is about the report. So that is the first, the first degree separation. And then you might have someone that is reading that news article, which is a second degree of separation. So you can get further and further removed. It's a daisy chain of information. And it's not good. Yeah, I think that's true too, Miss Buttertooth. I think Huberman and stuff like that. I mean, it's so frustrating. It's like a Stanford professor. He went to UCSD like me. Like, he started out really good, like, his podcast, but now he is, like, peddling in that same conspiracy stuff about like poisoning our stuff. There's poison everywhere in our food, and it's just nonsense, man. It is nonsense. People are getting healthier because they're eating less food. That's basically it. It's just, we have not a quality of food problem. We have a quantity of food problem. It's really important for people to realize. Well, thanks, Owens. Thanks for saying that, man. That's why I'm here. I'm not here for the likes or the gifts. You guys can save your money. It's all about trying to help people. As a scientist, this is my outreach. I'm trying to help people, like, so I realize that not many people know scientists, right? It's kind of like a crazy thing. So I would love if you guys, if you have a friend that is, like, looking to become a scientist, or you're interested in science yourself, and you're interested in how to get in, like, you can DM me. I'll work with you. I can help you. I helped all my undergrads that I was a professor for. I worked with them to try to get them into science. You were thinking about grad school, like, you can DM me. You don't have to ask questions in chat. Like, I'm open. That's why I'm here. I'm not here for for money or any of those gifts or anything. I genuinely believe I'm genuine. How I've never realized how much math is in ecology. Yeah, it's people, my textbook would be, it's the economics of nature. So it's like, there's an interesting way of phrasing it. Yeah. People care a lot about climate change in China. They are literally creating the whole world economy in the next 100 years through photovoltaics and everything like that. They are trying to minimize the entire globe's impact on CO2 and stuff like that. They're doing great things there. Like, I wish that the United States cared more about climate change as China. I mean, we have 0 high-speed rail, and they have installed like 20,000, no, not 20,000, like thousands of miles of it. It's like insane. Ezra Klein talked about it in his book. Mosquitoes are going to kill a lot of people here in Arizona. Yeah. I mean, there's an interesting thing called gene drive that's specifically used so that when they kind of like mate, they kill themselves. So that is an interesting way of like taking out mosquitoes. But I hate mosquitoes. It's so annoying. Yeah, but with science, you have to pay to get your data published. Not necessarily. There's places that you can get published anywhere. Like, that's kind of like a fallacy. If you're, I think like good science is going to have some backing with it, so you can have some money, so you can afford to get it published. But it's actually kind of a good thing to have some friction there. But if you want to, like, COVID showed me anything, it was like, you can find a journal to publish pretty much anything, and for free. And there's free journals out there that you can get, that you can publish in, all that kind of stuff. Has there been a newer form of energy smaller than quarks? Dude, that's not the question for me, my friend. I don't know. I don't think so. Quarks are so cool. I'm interested in MSRs. I don't know what MSR is. All right. Good night, Puff Pass. Yeah, China is making a lot of EVs. Yeah, China doesn't have the same environmental regulations as we do. They're putting a lot more off, runoffs and stuff like that. So it is bad. We just care about money. Yeah. Nick, I'm not a physician. I'm not an MD. I'm a PhD in microbiology. So, yeah. I honestly have really thought about, I originally didn't put the doctor in my name. It is kind of like something I don't like. I don't like the appeal to authority aspect of it. I don't think that you should listen to me just because I have a PhD. I think that you should listen to me based off of like my reasoning and the sources that I use, and you should question everything that I say and look it up yourself. Like genuinely, I don't think that I'm not like this person that's going to say everything, and I don't want you spouting what I'm saying. I don't want anyone. I don't want it mirroring my beliefs or anything on here. It's just, we're just exploring ideas, and but at the same time, like, putting a doctor on my title does help get people in. And I say I'm a scientist and I have a PhD, and it validates me a little bit more. So it is kind of just being more realistic, I guess, about how the world sees that. And that's the frustration, by the way, during the pandemic, with all these PhDs that were just putting out false information. Like, you can find a PhD that's going to say anything. And you can get a PhD from a lot of different places. You can get a PhD from a PhD mill. that are like online programs, and they're super easy, super quick. You know, it takes like 4 years to do, if that. You pay for it and you can get a PhD in it. So, you know, if you ever see someone with a PhD, you should ask what their publications are. That is like the real, like, what's up? Like, well, I'm curious about your dissertation. And if they're actually published, then they'll love to show you what their publications are. If they hold it from you and they're, you know, they kind of downplay that, then I would be very skeptical. Then I would look at their dissertation. So look at their dissertation, figure out where they went, and try to read it. I read dissertations all the time. That I see someone has a PhD and I'm like, oh, I wonder what their dissertation was. And you can kind of just like skim over it. There's like a dissertation abstract, and then you could see like, did they publish these chapters? So you can like kind of like see a lot about someone's PhD on by reading their dissertation. Thoughts on these peptides everyone's taking? Is it safe? I mean, there's like the granddaddy of them, like the HGH, but then there's a lot of these like, what is it, like 157 and that kind of stuff. I mean, they're expensive, man. They're really expensive. So I would probably, if you were really trying to dial in your health, I would probably do blood work first. I would make sure that like your testosterone level is like in the right range. And then going from there, because peptides aren't going to have like a huge impact on your health necessarily. They're just maybe in high enough dosages and you take it long enough, but they're super expensive. And but this is also where you see people like, you know, NFL stars or whatever, when they have a torn ACL, you know, it's gone from what, like 2 years out to what, like you're coming back in the same season. So it's like, it's, yeah, that's the stuff that people are using. So, you know, I think most of that though is that like people who are really having huge transformations and having big body transformations in a really short period of time. I mean, they're taking anabolic steroids. They're not taking like just peptides. Maybe they are putting peptides in there, but it's like HGH that works really well because there's testosterone with there, basically. You know, testosterone is going to be the thing that tells the cell, like, we got to make more of it. And HGH basically puts more gas on that and puts it towards like the muscle building side, as opposed to just like making more adipose tissue. So yeah, I would, and peptides are usually probably not worth it. I'd probably look at your blood work first, and if you need testosterone replacement therapy, it's safe and incredibly effective, and it could change your life. So that's what I would do. All right, guys. Thank you. I appreciate you. I had a really good conversation with earlier. Talked about the heredity of DNA. I'm gonna put my like in general, my TikTok lives, I'm going to archive them on my YouTube. So if you ever want to listen to these, or want to listen to the longer conversations that we have, you know, catch up on them, you can put them there. I put all my show notes and everything on Threads. Let's see if I can find it real quick. So I understand that you're not going to be able to click this, but that's my my name. If you wanted to follow my threads, if you wanted to see in the future, you know, where my stuff is, that's where it is. So I've just put like the articles that we talk about. If you ever want to look at the primary sources that we talk about, I need to get behind this somehow or around this somehow. But if I show a graph or I show a paper, TikTok removes it for unoriginal content. It's very frustrating. It didn't happen at all in my first TikTok live. And I was like, oh man, this is what a great avenue. But honestly, a lot of people were complaining that, let me double check that works. Yeah, it should. If you just put the at Greg Newkirk, that's my profile. If you just put the at Greg Newkirk there, and then it's the top one, and then I'll put the VOD on that thread. But yeah, I mean TikTok kills the searchability on my TikTok lives when I show graphs and stuff like that. So I don't know like what I'm gonna do. It really is really frustrating. So I like to show graphs. I want to like go through stuff. But then honestly, a lot of people said that they can't really read it on the TikTok app. So I was like scrolling through. Guys, I'll be honest with you. I don't use TikTok. So I was like scrolling through live and I'm like seeing like what people do. And nobody's going over graphs. I think that they're not building it out for people like us. I'm sorry. But yeah, it was like, this is very frustrating, but nobody said that they could read any of the text anyway. So I'm trying to show it, but people aren't reading it. But I was thinking maybe I just post all the primary resources and you can look at it and that kind of stuff. Can you read Numbers 31, 17 through 18? Sure. You know what? Let's do it, dude. Numbers 31, 17 through 18. 1. Let's see what you got. This better be good. This better be really good. 1 Samuel 15 verse 3. Dude, why would you say this? Like, what? This is some psycho stuff. Is this like, this is, bro, it's so late, dude. It's so late. I had such a long conversation with DFK. We went for like an hour and 20 minutes, dude. You're gonna have to watch the VOD. Okay, fine. Garrett, what's up, bro?
How you doing?
Dude, I talked to, was it DFK? What's his name? DFK for like an hour and 20 minutes. We went all through the heredity of RNA and DNA and everything.
The guy that's been joining with me?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That guy yaps too much.
It was I think we made a breakthrough moment. I'm not not blowing smoke. Like he was like, oh, okay. Yeah. I think the DNA is the heredity molecule. I was like, whoa, cool.
Well, that's good, but are you ready to make a breakthrough for ourselves?
Okay. I got max like hard stop 30 minutes, bro. Like hard stop, but I'm tired. But
I probably won't stay that long. I'll probably stay a little bit.
Okay. What's up? What do you got?
I'm just. Have you looked into why Fauci worked in the Wuhan lab and it broke?
Oh my gosh,
COVID broke out there,
dude. Have you done any research on any of the papers or anything?
Why do you disregard that question? I don't understand.
Yeah, because there's like, what? Give me an experiment from
Dr.
that.
Greg.
That would.
Dr. Greg, you're a lot like you're like Kamali. You know how to deflect. You're good at that.
Okay, stop trolling, bro. Like, let's be. What are you? Okay, give me.
I'm not trolling.
Give me like, what are you serious at in your life? Like, what are you actually like full focus, like really try hard for?
Trying to get my truck to work.
Okay.
Interesting.
So your truck, you're like you like to do mechanic stuff, or you like to just like soup it up?
I work in cars and I flip cars.
Oh, sick. Okay, nice. So where you buy it cheap and then you soup it up or fix it and then you sell it?
Yep, I buy cars that I know how to work on and fix them up.
Okay, which cars?
Anything. It does not particular, just whatever.
Well, I mean, there has to be like something.
Nothing like Japanese or any of that though.
Okay.
Only
So how
American.
how do you figure out how to
that.
know what to work on?
What do you mean?
Like, how do you
Well,
know
I just
what's
go on
wrong with it?
Facebook. I shark. They usually say what's wrong with it in the description. We just have to ask.
How do you? Okay, so you have like something that like a symptom that they're saying.
Yeah, like they sell their cars for cheap, which are good cars, but
Okay.
they don't know how to fix it or something like I don't know. Even blown motors, I'll put a new motor in there.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Just none of that Japanese or European shit.
Okay.
American.
So you're like the problem that I have with your line of questioning
Yes, sir.
is like, I have a problem with my car. I'm selling it to you. You're like, okay, what's wrong with it? And I'm like, you know what, dude? Ford in 1919, you know what he was doing? You know where he got his money? This, blah, 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 blah. And you're like, what? Like, you're not giving me any information that I can use in order to test like what's actually wrong with my car right now. And you're asking me like what the problem is. And I'm like, yeah, dude, like Ford factories in Kansas, you know what happened there was that the manager was sleeping with his, the HR lady's wife. And now, and it's like all of this extraneous stuff. And I'm like, giving you all these weird financial backgrounds of what it is. And you're like, bro, there's a car here and there's a problem with it. I need to be able to like test a tube and to see that, like, use my instrument to see that the pressure is low. And I need to figure out I'm going to use an instrument and I'm going to know what's actually tangibly wrong with this car.
Yeah, if they're not straight up, I won't buy it.
Exactly. And you're not being straight up with me in these questions. And that's my whole point, is that in your own line of thinking, you're bringing up that whole like, in 1932, the Ford factory did this, and there's, conflicts of interest and stuff. And I'm just saying, bro, I just want to fix the car. I just want to, like, there's a car here that's independent of all that financial stuff. And I'm not saying it didn't exist. Okay, that's cool. That that there was some extramarital affair or something that we discovered, but like,
some Monica
why does that
Lewinsky
matter?
type stuff,
It's like there needs to be a something that you can test. So like, okay, I can give you one. I can give you one.
There's we can run codes. Check for codes and shit.
Exactly. They're independent. Exactly. And that's
I
my
just
thing.
wish we had something like that for COVID,
And we do. We have serology tests. We have population genetics. We have nucleotides that we can sequence. We have like all these things that we can use. It's just that you're not like, you don't know that those instruments exist. And I'm trying to tell you that they do. And I'm trying to explain to you and push. And that's what I'm trying to do. Does that make sense?
Wait, what?
I'm trying to explain to you.
You're saying there's instruments and stuff to test for COVID?
Exactly.
Yes, sir. I understand. COVID's real. Yes, sir. It was produced, though. It was created and manufactured to make a profit. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So there would be, if that was the case, we would be able to test that. Right? We would be able to look at the genome of COVID or SARS-CoV-2, and there would be evidence of that. Just like how if there was in my car and I'm like, the tire is blown, the left front tire is blown, and you look at the left front tire and the tire is not blown. Like, what is your conclusion? The person's screaming that the left front tire is blown, but you're literally looking at the left front tire and there's no left front tire blowout. What do?
Fix a tire.
What? It's not broken, bro. It's a totally perfectly fine tire.
But I want new rims and new tires.
That's fine.
I'm just saying, Dr. Gray, I got COVID and I'm fine.
Cool. Nice, dude.
Um,
But
my uncle
1.2
and
million people weren't
HIV,
okay, and they died. So that's kind of the
HIV
problem.
ain't real. You know,
Of course, it's
I
real,
think
dude.
it's.
You're hopping around. Why are you doing this? We're trying to.
I'm mad because all this liberal media is feeding these kids all this nonsense, man. Like, Dr. Greg, do you follow
What are you
God?
talking about? How? I don't mean this
I'm trying to turn
disparagingly. I
you. I'm
really
trying to
don't. But
turn
I'm just
you.
curious. I just need to get like some bearing on you as a person. So like, how old are you? Do you mind if I ask?
I'm 31.
Really? I think really.
No, I'm 18.
Okay, that's what I thought. It's okay. It's all right, dude. I'm not. I need to like the that it's there's a lot going on here. So I'm just trying to think about stuff. In the fact of like 5 years ago, where you were,
Uh-huh.
like intellectually, personally, I mean, like where were you learning about a lot of this stuff?
Well, I mean, I watch a lot of Fox.
Do
I
you
watch
really?
Turning Point USA with Tucker.
Yeah, I don't think you're watching Fox, bro. Not at 13. You're not like that doesn't make any sense.
Yes, sir. I watched with my grandpa. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, that's fine, I
Hey,
guess. I don't think okay. So Turning Points USA, that makes a lot more sense.
why?
Okay. Well, because like there's younger people in the MAGA movement at that time. Why would you like watch the old people films? That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, I like that answer.
You
But
know, like I would think like Ben Shapiro or Tucker Carlson or like even the Turning Points USA. He's got a small face. What's it called? What's his name called? I'm sorry.
wait, what?
The guy who has the really small face.
For what? Wait, Turning Point USA.
Yeah, is that him? It is. It is. What's his name? Charlie Kirk. That's it. Really,
Yes,
yeah.
Charlie
The
Kirk.
small face
Charlie
guy.
Kirk's a great man.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that, but it's okay. I can see why you would say that.
I would say that.
Okay, so where do you think that Charlie Kirk is getting his information from?
He's getting his information from Patriots.
Okay, I mean I'm a patriot. He's not getting it
You
from me.
did you vote for Trump?
No,
You ain't no patriot, boy.
I mean that's fine that you
You're not
believe
a
that.
patriot. You didn't vote for Trump.
I bet.
So, do you like illegals coming in the country?
Why are we? Can we just like to do one? I mean I'll talk to you about any of these issues, but I just prefer
What
us
topic
like
do you
kind
want to
of
stay on?
like
What
going
topic do you
from
want to stay
one,
on?
just like we just like talk about one issue at a time.
Yes, sir. Let's stay on one topic. Yes,
But
sir.
you want to talk about immigration like next week or something? I'm down. Like genuinely, we should This is one of the problems that I think that people have is that like it's indicative of your thought process that we're just popcorning around. Pop, 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 pop.
Well, there's so
I
many
like to deep
topics to talk
dive.
about, Greg.
I
The
like to
world's a
deep
crazy
dive. I like to
place.
think about one thing and then I deep dive like really deep like into the subject and try to
All right,
understand as
let's
much as I
deep dive.
can.
Let's deep dive into why Nancy Pelosi and other politicians invested millions right before COVID broke out.
Okay, well, we talked about this. Like
No, you
correlation is
didn't.
not causation, and it could be some like insider trading thing that I wouldn't that I
So,
wouldn't. But okay, let's think about this though. If there
mhm.
was evidence of that decision that Nancy Pelosi would want to make a lot of money in order to influence the virus being outbroken from the lab, there would be evidence of the virus in the lab. But there isn't any evidence of
No,
that.
sir. It was in China, sir. It was in
But
China.
it is in China.
You think China's democratic? No, sir. No, sir. Communist country.
Okay.
No,
Let's just
you
decrease
think.
the trolling. Just turn it down just a little bit, bro. Let's really, I mean, for real.
I'm not trolling. I'm saying you think China's gonna be open about all that shit. You think you do really think that, Dr. Greg?
So China did a really good job with the letting us know their detection primers for qPCR. So they allowed us to have those primers so that we could detect and follow and make sure that it wasn't getting into our country. And then 2, they did a good job of letting us check the blood of all the Wuhan Institute of Virology people to make sure that they weren't infected with SARS-CoV-2, which would had to have happened if there was going to outbreak. One of those people would have had to have had enough SARS-CoV-2 in their body that they created antibodies, and they checked the blood for those people, for those antibodies, and no antibodies were found. And then China also did a good job of letting some of those some researchers from the WHO go in and swab the market. So that's why we have stall by stall evidence of SARS-CoV-2 and raccoon dogs, one on top of one another, stall by stall by stall. So those are those main things. There's a lot of things that they didn't do well in. They didn't do well in like the initial kind of like, trying to tamper down the media stuff and all. I mean, I agree that there was some weird things, but those are the things that China did do objectively well.
So you're saying China correlated and talked to the USA, and they were very what's the word? Open with the USA, right?
They coordinated with the WHO, the World Health Organization, and that the World Health Organization got the info. Trump didn't do well, and he took those Chinese detection methods and said, we're not doing that. For some reason, he overrode the CDC and came in with the DHS and overrode the CDC to change our detection primers, which led to a bunch of confusion and false negative tests at the very start of the pandemic, which caused a lot of doubt in the entire process. So Trump overrode the WHO and China's advice and made it notably worse for the United States.
Drain the swamp. I agree with Trump for doing that. I think.
How would that, dude? What are you talking about? Like, what? Why would you say that? Like, what are you talking about? Like,
you know what I
mean? Like, for real? Like, what are you doing?
Rid of all the trash. I think the CDC. I think all of it was all. They all work together, Greg. They work with. It's all corrupted. Trump's draining the swamp because it's all corruption. It's all about money.
Mm-hmm.
If China didn't let America investigate, take a look at all these workers.
I can't hear you, dude. You're muffled. You got to bring it to your head.
Yo, Dr. Greg, can you hear me?
Yo.
I was saying China had to. It's all a big money gamble. It's a sham. The USA and China worked together for COVID to make both parties richer. And we pay the price. Regular people pay the price. I think.
How do we pay the price?
The rich 1%'s getting richer and richer. Look at us.
Okay, all right, I agree with you there. But like, how did they get rich? Like,
because COVID created billions.
Who paid the price though? Like, who paid what price?
Me, you. I don't know. You're a global elitist. I forgot, but
dude, I like to be elite. That's what American exceptionalism is founded on. Is that like people in the United States are striving to be more elite? That is the whole idea.
I think my generation is waking up to all the corruption and all this bullshit, and we want to stand up for ourselves. I think we're tired of all this lying bullshit while the 1% gets richer and richer.
I mean, I agree with you there, but the problem is, man, is that what you're doing with the COVID disinformation stuff is you're hurting people.
Greg.
You're hurting people. Like Charlie Kirk is hurting people by sowing distrust in the institution.
Greg, come on now. You don't believe yourself, do you?
Yeah, because you can look at the vaccination rates of Republicans versus Democrats, and it's way lower on Republicans, which means that more Republicans were dying per capita than needed to be. It's true. People that did not have the vaccine were dying at 10 times the rate at the peak of COVID.
The people in your comments are very uneducated, Dr. Greg. I gotta say,
it's just you and me, bro. Just don't even look at chat. Yeah, it's just me and you.
Sorry. Yeah, yes, sir. I'm sorry. What'd you say?
I'm not reading it either. I'm just like The vaccine protected people from getting severe COVID symptoms, which means that people that did not get the vaccine during the height of COVID were 10 times more likely to die from COVID.
How much of the population of Earth has gotten the COVID vaccine? Can you tell
Honestly, a lot, dude. I mean, it's been like
me?
probably in the billions.
Is it over 50%?
No, I don't think so. Probably 2 billion.
So not even over 50% are vaccinated and COVID disappeared. I don't understand how that works.
It didn't disappear. It's still there, dude. It's still in a pandemic. Just like HIV is still there and still in a pandemic.
HIV?
Yeah. HIV is still there in a pandemic.
The damn money scam.
Like you guys, like you don't even know the same. Like you don't even know I know the conspiracies about HIV and pandemic more than you do. You realize that?
I'm just saying, I haven't heard of
Like
COVID.
this is the second time now that you've brought up HIV being fake, and yet you don't even know about the paper that did some type of genetic alignment with the like HIV and SARS-CoV-2 and found some type of alignment, and they published it. It was a paper in an Indian journal. They tried over 30 different times to get it published in all these crackpot journals, and I read every single preprint, and it was hilarious because I was like really wondering, like, could you really get all these insane crackpot theories actually published? And they did. So it's like it's insane. You can get basically anything that you want published in some journal in the world, and it's a great example of it.
That's why we got so much fake news. Anyone can publish anything. Just blame Trump, right? Just always blame Trump. Blame.
It's not just Trump, dude. I'm blaming people like you that are pushing disinformation. You're either trolling and you're trying to do like this post-ironic thing, and you're like coming in here trying to like be funny, which is kind of like, I mean, I think that you're first honest. That's why I asked you about like, what are you actually excited to do? Because you were actually honest with me. So, and I could tell in your voice that you weren't trolling there. So I can kind of tell now when you are like trolling me and you are doing the tongue-in-cheek thing an annoyingly large amount of time. But again, dude, I used to be the same way when I was 18. Everything was a joke and a laugh, and I thought like, oh man, imagine this guy taking this so seriously, and oh, it's so funny. Like here he is. But like some of us are actually trying in the world to make the world better. You know that, right? Like people are actually trying to build knowledge. People are trying to help people understand things. Do you think that happens?
No, you call me. You think I'm some dumb 18-year-old kid?
I think that you genuinely don't understand why I'm here. I think that you genuinely don't think that there's anyone in the world that is trying to make the world a better place, and you think that I am like being paid, or you think that I'm an idiot. You don't think that?
No, I think you're paid to come on here and spread your liberal agenda.
I genuinely do think that you think that. By the way,
I hope you do, because I do think that.
Okay, yeah. I mean that's the problem, dude. Is that your worldview is so polluted by these guys like Charlie Kirk, where you really do think that like someone couldn't try to just be trying to improve things.
What about, I mean, I'm just saying, like, I don't know why we're always silenced, I don't know why I feel like I'm silenced for saying the truth, Everyone knows that COVID was a money scheme, and, everyone knows that, Biden was run by Kamala Harris, I don't know. I think people are starting to wake up. I'm starting to turn heads,
What are you trying to fix in the world? What's a problem that you're trying to fix?
I'm trying to bring patriotism and back to the USA.
What's patriotism?
Hardworking, women not out here shaking booty.
Okay.
Men working hard, women, taking care of their man, not being bops.
What are you doing in order to try to do that?
I'm going on lives and I'm spreading the truth.
Yes, okay. Sir. But okay, by doing what? Are you living this life? Is that what the life that you're living?
Yes, sir.
So then how have you improved your community?
How have I improved my community?
Yeah,
Um, I don't know. Let's see.
exactly, dude. And I think that that's the big problem with like Charlie Kirk and these guys, and just because these people, these influencers, these media influencers, haven't actually done any work to actually improve any type of
Well, I mean,
community.
can't
Their
do work, Greg.
job is to
What do
sit
you,
there and to convince people that they need to have a following, that they need to like that they're worth listening to, all that kind of stuff.
well, I'm saying, what do you want me to do? You want me to go out here and wave a goddamn American flag? I can't
I'm
help these
saying that
people.
you have to live your values, bro. You have to like
I do
live the
live my
thing that
values.
and
Greg,
you have to improve your community selflessly without actually trying to get anything out of it.
Greg, I can't go out here and help all these people live their lives. They gotta learn on their own.
No,
You
you
like,
have
you're
to
trying to,
no, you have to
you're
show
trying to
them
drag me.
caring, compassion, empathy.
Fuck
That's
no, I
like
tried. I tried that. It's out. It's out the door, Greg. It walked out. It's out.
so you're not going to care and show any empathy for your fellow American as a
It depends to
patriot?
who. If someone, if some damn liberal comes up to me and says "fuck you," and fuck you too, I don't give a shit.
Okay, so then it's not about patriotism for you.
No, it's about keeping good people in here. You're gonna be an asshole.
Exactly.
Get out of here.
Exactly. Okay. So now we're actually getting somewhere, right?
So
Because
okay,
now
so
it's not
you
about
want
patriotism. It's about
it's
who
not
you
patriotism.
think is going to be the right person.
Well, I don't know what you're saying. I'm saying like if you're gonna be a bad fucking person, you need to leave. So you're saying you want criminals in the USA, Greg? Are you saying that?
No, I'm
Yes, sir.
saying,
Okay, that's what I thought. Yes, sir. That's what I
of
thought.
course, there's always going to be criminals that exist in the United States, dude. There always are going to be people that break the law. We have more people in jail than any other country in the world.
Good. Put more in.
Okay. Okay,
Put
that's
all
not
the
very
bad people.
patriotic of you, by the way,
It's
to
not patriotic
export
to want
everyone
criminals
that
in
has
the USA.
ever done any like illegal crime. Because guess what? Like that means that you have no faith in the judicial system. You don't think that they deserve to have constitutional rights. So that's not patriotic of you. You think our constitution's weak. You think our Department of Justice is weak.
Nope. I
Yeah,
just said
that's
put all
exactly
the
what you
criminals
think,
in
dude.
jail. I'm saying put everyone bad in jail, and you're disagreeing with me, Greg. I'm
No,
sorry.
you're not saying
I'm
that. You're
confused.
not
I
saying
just said
putting
that.
everyone in jail. You said you wanted to kick everyone out that's committed a crime.
What? I'm saying
Yeah.
if they commit a crime, go to jail. It's not what I said.
You said you wanted to get people out of here. You don't agree with deporting illegal immigrants
Oh, I get.
that
You thought I
committed?
said like you thought I said if like someone commits like a crime, kick them out of the country. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly.
No, I did not say that.
So
What are you
wait, no,
talking
no, no,
about,
no,
Greg?
no. You
What are you
think that
talking about?
someone that is here illegally that's committed a crime, they should be deported?
No, I did not say that. I said put them in
Okay,
jail.
sweet. All right. So you disagree with Trump then, because Trump is kicking people out of the country that have committed crimes that are here illegally.
That's not true.
Wait. What? You don't think
So,
that
so
Trump is trying to kick out people that have committed crimes that are here illegally?
wait. Wait. What are you saying?
Okay.
You're
Someone
breaking up
comes
on
to,
my.
so I'm really trying not to like make this like, I'm not trying to pull a fast one on you.
Uh,
Someone comes out here illegally.
Yep.
They commit a crime.
mm-hmm.
What happens to them?
If they came here illegally and committed a crime, they need to go back to their country.
Yeah,
Greg, you know
exactly. That's what I was
every.
saying. That's what Trump's doing. Trump is trying to kick out illegals that have committed
How does that not
crimes.
make sense to you? Do you want illegal people coming here committing crimes and making life worse for us?
I don't
Life
want
worse.
them making crimes, but I want them to serve justice under the Constitution that they broke. If we kick them
But
out
they're
of
not
the country,
citizens. They're not held to
eh,
the Constitution, Greg.
yes,
They're
they
not held to the
are.
Constitution.
What?
No, they're not.
Yes, they are,
If
dude.
they're
Yes,
not,
they are. Dude,
if they're not
you
citizens,
have
no, they're
no
not.
faith in the United States Constitution. You are weak, man. You think the Constitution is weak.
Oh my gosh.
What? Dude, you think that El Salvador is going to give U.S. constitutional rights and justice in their country?
What are you talking about, dude?
That's what you're saying. You're saying that someone that's committed a crime should
Uh-huh.
be excommunicated, that we should put them in some jail in El Salvador and they should serve their justice there. We should get, as a country, justice for their crimes in El Salvador, not in the United States, because our justice system is weak and feckless. We can't do that here. We can't actually make sure people that commit crimes serve their justice here. We have to get them out. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying if you come here illegally, if I go to Italy and I commit crimes, I fully expect to be sent back here. Like I don't understand what's so.
What are you talking about? You get sent to an Italian jail, bro. You get to serve there, and you get to have the justice committed on you there, bro. Like, why do you think like the people that are being sent in North Korean jails and stuff? Why do you think presidents have to go over there and try their best in order to get them out of the jails? A lot of countries, if you commit a crime in their country, you're serving jail according to their rules.
North Korea, Greg. I think that's simple
Bro,
enough. It's North
you
Korea.
think that you think the United States Constitution is weak, and you don't agree with the Department of Justice. You don't think that the DOJ, even with Trump, is going to be able to hold people accountable for their crimes.
Why are you so pro-crime, Greg? I don't understand.
I'm not pro-crime. I'm pro-justice. You are not pro-justice.
I'm very pro-justice.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. Yes, sir.
No, you just proved it. You do not. How is the justice going to be served if you ship them out to some El Salvador prison?
I think that's El Salvador, not USA.
Exactly. And it's not the Constitution, and that's not our Constitution, man, because we have a Constitution that is different than every other Constitution that exists in the world. That is, I think that American is exceptional. I am a patriot.
So did you vote for Donald Trump?
No.
Not a
Fuck
patriot.
no.
Not a patriot.
Okay. I mean, that's fine, because your values, obviously, that we're talking right now, you don't think that the United States Constitution is worth fighting for, and you don't care about it. So whatever you're doing, I'm glad I'm doing the opposite.
Hey, don't say I don't love my country.
You don't. You're shipping people out as fast as you can.
Illegal people, Greg, they're illegal.
It doesn't matter. They committed a crime. Why wouldn't we serve justice in the Constitution where they committed that crime?
Because we have a problem with crime and murder and violence.
Okay.
Greg.
Then if you have, okay, yes. All right. In a society, someone has murder. Okay. Someone commits murder. What do you do?
Mm-hmm. Wait, if someone commits murder, what do I do?
Mm-hmm.
I'll kick him out. I'll send him far away. Exile them.
What? So now they go to
wait,
Argentina, and then as soon as they get to Argentina, they go, dude, that was some bullshit charge, man. I didn't murder anyone. Let me out, and they just let him out. That's justice for you. You think the American family that just got murdered, you think it's okay that murderer gets let out in Argentina, and then that person just goes on and lives their life?
Oh wait, no. I'm sorry. I don't mean exile if they murder someone. If they murder someone, they deserve the death penalty. So we don't want.
Okay, so they deserve the death penalty. So you do agree that they should face justice here then, and then that is a form of justice that the United States has.
For murder? Oh yeah, for murder.
Yes.
USA needs to get back. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, so.
Okay. So you agree then? You disagree with Trump
only
then?
For murder. Only for murder.
Only for murders.
Yeah.
But okay, so you disagree with Trump on that one. You don't agree.
No, sir. I agree with everything Trump does.
I think you're running, bro. I think you're running. I think you're trying to cut out or something.
So do you wait, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you like Americans paying their tax dollars to keep these illegals in here?
If they've committed a crime and they need to serve justice for the crimes, absolutely.
So you like paying for okay.
Yes. Are you kidding me? Some person kills my wife, and you're fighting for them to be able to live free in some third world country. What?
No, I said
how is that justice, bro? I want that person to serve justice and be held accountable for their actions. You're cutting out, bro. You're cutting out. I think you're doing this on purpose.
Sorry, my phone. I got a Samsung 4. No, I said, and that's a wild thing to say, Greg. That's a wild hypothetical.
Wait, so let's just say someone kills my wife, and you think that it's okay that they get shipped to El Salvador and get let out early. You think that's okay?
No, I'd want them to die. They need the death penalty.
Okay, so they get the death penalty, and in order to do that, what happens?
They stay here in
Yes.
yeah,
exactly. So you
Not by
disagree with the
justice system,
Trump
no.
policy?
No, just have some hillbillies do it.
Okay, so you agree with me? You agree and you disagree with Trump then?
Well, I mean, Trump has no right to kill all these murderers. So you're trying to make something that it's not.
What? No, I'm saying that they should be held to justice, man. Not that they should be serving the death penalty immediately.
Well, the thing is, in a righteous right world, the thing, if they commit crimes, they need to go back to the country and face the same sentence they would there, for whatever their laws are.
What if they don't care about that crime and they just let them out early?
That's what I'm saying. A perfect world, but it's not. Those countries are just out of whack. I don't know.
Oh, okay. So then whatever, we just figure it out. Like whatever country that you come from, you can just figure out that the justice is whatever you feel like it is, whatever you are.
If you're in Trump's,
that's a weak version of the United States you have, by the way. You think our Constitution is weak? You think our Department of Justice is weak? You think our prison system is weak?
Yeah, drain the swamp. We need to revamp it all.
I mean, dude, I don't cement the swamp wherever it is you're trying to do, man. Because I don't know what you're trying to. You're trying to. I don't know. You don't even believe in the Constitution. You're definitely not a patriot. I definitely wouldn't consider yourself a patriot. You don't agree with the Constitution. You don't think that any of our institutions are worth saving. You think that people should be able to murder Americans and get away with it. Like, what do you?
So you don't think I'm a patriot, but I drive a Ford F-150, right?
Oh, dude, come on, dude. Come on. This is so boring.
Wait, what?
It's so boring when you do the trolling. You think that you're so like weird and funny, but the thing is that you're repeatable and you're very this is all tired. So you're not wow, I can't believe that he just said that. That's so crazy. It's more of oh, this is so tired. He's being so predictable right now. Don't be predictable, bro. Don't. What are you doing? It's embarrassing for you. Don't be predictable.
I'm sorry that you're embarrassed. I'm sorry.
No, I think that you should be embarrassed, bro. Not me. I don't give a.
Wait, why? What I do?
Because you're being predictable, bro.
Oh shit! God damn it! I'm out of fucking goddamn grizzly. Shit. You dip, Greg? Do you grip? Do you dip?
No, I'm here, dude.
You chew tobacco, Greg?
No. I smoke weed.
God damn it. Yeah. Okay, we can get along on that.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. That's the devil's lettuce. You ain't no patriot.
I don't know. Yeah. It's pretty sad existence that you have any view of the United States, what the United States is. I mean, that doesn't make any sense, dude.
Goddamn.
Don't be predictable, bro.
What did you say, Dr. Greg?
I think you're just being predictable. And, yeah. You're trying to be cute and
what I'm gonna say,
edgy then. And whoa, he's nobody knows what I'm gonna say next kind of thing. But bro, everyone knows. Everyone knows your shtick now, and it's kind of what
am I gonna say next, Greg? What am I gonna say next?
Whatever tongue in cheek thing that you want, man.
If I'm so predictable, what am I gonna say?
Something tongue in cheek and trying to be post ironic. You probably really like Sam Hyde, so you're probably trying to get something in there.
I was gonna ask why Pelosi invested all those millions right before COVID.
Dude, again, predictable, dude. Come on, man. What do you're just looping back? What has it been? 36 minutes and you're looping back already?
You cannot be a patriot.
Bro, come on, man. Dude, there's no way that your brain actually works like this. Is it? Do you seriously?
No, I'm AI, Greg. I'm sorry.
No, for real, man. Your brain looping at 36 minutes?
Because rich people invest. Oh my goodness.
Don't reach out, bro. Don't reach out.
I'm sorry. They're just so oh.
Come on, man.
They're just invested in the shit they see on Instagram. They don't know what's happening in the real world. But
what if Charlie Kirk? I think that you need to stop.
I need to go. Huh?
I think you need to stop watching these MAGA influencers, bro. Real talk. And you
No,
start reading some of the court documents about these people that are being deported. You need to start reading like some court cases on these judges' decisions, and you need to like better understand these things at a greater depth of knowledge, because that's why you're popping around constantly. Like the depth of knowledge you have on these subjects is really superficial. And I think, by the way, that you do read a lot. Okay, I do think that you're intelligent, and I think that you read a lot, but you're reading a lot of titles of things, and you need to read. You need to slow it down, and you need to go deeper on your depth of knowledge on these subjects.
I do read a lot, and I do do a lot of research. I read. I don't like to go on the internet that much because it's a
Dude,
lot.
come on. We all know that you do, bro. Like, come on. What's up,
It's a
Steve?
lot.
How's it going, bro?
It's a
Thanks
lot.
for waiting. You were in the queue for like 30 minutes, man. Thank you.
It's a lot of liberal shit on the internet. I don't like to read.
What's up, man?
What's up, dude?
I got a question for my friend down here.
Yeah.
You're 18, right?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So do you believe that? Do you think Trump got the injection?
What are you talking? What injection, sir?
The
vaccine.
The vaccine.
COVID vaccine.
Huh?
The COVID vaccine?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Did you?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because, sir, I don't like to put that in my body, sir.
So your president's good enough to get the vaccine, but you're not?
Yes, sir. Exactly. President Trump is much better than me. Yes, sir.
Okay. So what swamp do you think that he's trying to drain? And he's had
The CIA, the FBI, the Department of Health, the Department of Education, the Department of Departments. Yes, sir.
So he's had all these years to drain it. So where has he drained it at?
He drained it. It's all drained out. He's still draining it, but there's a lot of drained out.
It's all-
He ended Department of Education, sir. I don't know if you knew that. He did that. Yes, sir. All gone. Drain that.
Yeah, dude, don't do the voice, bro. It's not respectful.
You know who the head of the Department of Education is right now, right?
Hell no, sir. I don't read that shit.
Lyndon McMahon, the head of the CEO of the WWF, is the head of the Department of Education, right?
Yes, sir. I do know that now. Yes, sir.
You know what the WWF is, right?
The World Wrestling Federation. Yes, sir.
Fake
Rip-
wrestling.
No, it's not, sir.
Wrestling ain't fake.
Wrestling is a how do I say this? It's real actions happening, sir.
Really?
Real injuries happen. Yes, sir.
I've got kids your age
Yes, sir.
that are really, really smarter than you are, sir.
Well,
And
by
you've got a lot to learn, son.
how old are you, sir?
I'm 48 years old, sir.
And your grammar sounds like that, sir?
Okay. I mean, bro,
What?
you just got to be chill, bro. Like, what are you doing?
Yo,
I'm just
can I
talking
say
to you,
something real
sir.
fast? Can I say something?
What's wrong with my grammar?
Can I say something real fast?
Sure. Go ahead.
All the cougars in here, I see a lot of cougars. Hit me up, for real.
Cougars.
I need a
I'm
sugar
married,
mama.
son.
I need a sugar mama. I ain't talking to you. All right. Yeah, we could keep talking. Sorry.
Go ahead. What do you mean cougars?
So yeah, Linda McMahon, she does have a lot of qualifications. I don't know. She was part of the WWF, but she does have a lot of previous.
She is the CEO of the WWF.
Yes,
The
sir.
Fake wrestling.
Yes, sir. She once was. And what about it? She has other qualifications too. Yes, sir.
What qualifications does she have?
Do you know she worked 12 years as the? Oh shit! I can't even remember the goddamn.
You can't remember? Go ahead and
Dr. Greg,
look it
what's
up.
higher than a principal? I'm sorry. What is it?
Superintendent?
PhD?
Superintendent. She was a superintendent of what
Oh.
was it? Goddamn. Some place in goddamn Mississippi.
Goddamn. Please don't use that language. Come on, man.
So what am I? Oh, sorry, goddamn it. Oh shit.
Be more intelligent than that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You got on me for my grammar. Let's be intelligent.
I go to the Wharton School of Business, by the way, sir.
Warren School of Business.
What's the highest level of education you went to, Stephen?
My highest level of education? We're not talking about
Middle
me.
school?
We're talking about you. You're 18, sir.
Middle school?
Okay.
Middle school?
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm retired, sir.
Yes, sir. What'd you do, Steven?
What did I do?
Yes, sir.
I I I uh I got a pension and I
Huh?
worked 28 years in a warehouse and I got a pension and I got some of that Jimmy Hoffa money. So
No one was asking about money, sir, but checks out. Warehouse checks out.
I'm a Teamster union warehouse worker,
Yes, sir. So
retired
Trump, right,
warehouse
baby?
worker.
Teamsters are for
Huh?
Trump.
Yeah, dude,
Teamsters are for
he's
Trump.
the
Teamsters were not for Trump,
quintessential
sir.
Republican voter, man. This is your guy.
Yes, sir. Yeah, Steven, did you hear what Greg said? Teamsters did support Trump, by the way, just so you know.
Teamsters did not support Trump, sir.
Dr.
No,
Greg,
but I'm
can you
saying
give us...
the blue
Jimmy
collar.
Hoffa did not support Trump, sir.
I'm just saying, like the blue collar worker.
I was a blue collar worker.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir,
exactly.
and,
This is your guy.
Also-
This is like your wheelhouse.
I voted for Jimmy Hoffa Jr. twice, and I retired at 42 years old. And I've been happily retired for 6-7 years now, and I make pretty good money retired,
Yes,
and
sir.
I'm living a pretty good life. Go ahead, sir. Your floor.
No, sir, I was saying yes, sir.
Your floor. Go ahead.
Steven, do you have any words to say why all these Democrats invested millions of dollars and made billions off of COVID?
I'm not aware that they made $1 billion off of COVID, sir.
Okay, sir, you need to get educated, sir.
I am
They
educated.
didn't.
Sir.
They didn't. The billionaires did, bro. Not
The
anyone else.
billionaires did, but I don't believe that. I believe that there was a playbook on that Obama said that there was a playbook, and I believe that, like he said, they propped up the table or something, and that Mr. Trump mishandled COVID, and if he hadn't mishandled COVID so much that we wouldn't have had as many deaths as we had.
It's true.
So what
There was a New England There's a New England Medical Journal assessment on all the executive orders that Trump overrode the CDC for. So the DHS overrode the CDC, and specifically just by Trump's actions, you can directly correlate around 200,000 people dying just by Trump's actions specifically.
Trump killed 200 people with his own hands.
200,000, yeah. Because I mean, dude, we are like ranked like 120th on per capita deaths for COVID. You realize that, right?
Why is Trump not in prison?
We are like
just
doing
look at
awful.
Just look at Canada. Canada for one.
What they do?
A lot less people in Canada died than the United States, which is right above us.
Why is that, sir? Why is that?
Because Trump mishandled it.
Oh wait, Canada did better.
He said if we did not do a lot more less testing, then there would be not a lot less positive results. If we just would do a lot less testing.
It's true.
So
it's facts.
So Steve
and he turned to Miss Bricks and said he turned to Miss Bricks on stage in front of her and said, "Hey, let's talk about putting bleach down people's throats and a light down people's throats." And her face turned red, and she about passed out on stage because he said that.
Dude, do you remember the? I probably don't. If you're genuinely, you probably don't know about this. But basically, there was a cruise ship that was infected with COVID-19. The whole cruise ship was infected off the coast of California, in Southern California, and the CDC was going to go in. They were going to quarantine everyone in full PPE, and they're going to make sure that all those people didn't infect anyone in mainland the United States. And the CDC got overridden by the DHS, and all those people were just let out in Southern California, man, which made a huge impact on the community spread during it was like in like January or February, man, before it was like a huge problem. So it was like one of the worst super spreader events that we ever had, and at the very beginning of COVID, and it was all orchestrated by Trump.
That's not true, sir.
Bro, you were 13. How would you remember? True. Like, what are you talking about?
You were like 13, sir.
I do my research, sir.
That literally happened, bro. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, this is being really... Hmm?
You did your research when you were like 6th grade?
Yeah.
No, sir. So stuff on the internet is open for years, and you could go to it whenever. Actually,
Bro, you
Yeah.
can look it up right now.
We
Like, what are
lived
you
it.
talking about?
We lived
It's
it, dude.
yes, sir. Exactly. Dr. Gray gets it. Yes, sir.
dude, you can look at it right now, bro. You can see that the cruise ship and everything happened. It literally happened. I mean, what's the
We saw the big ship pulling in the harbor of New York, the hospital ship pulling in the harbor of New York to help the people, and Trump's like, send it back. We don't need it. We saw it on TV.
Why was
We lived
Fauci on
it.
Why was Fauci on Epstein Island?
Do what?
Why was Fauci on Epstein Island?
Where's that proof at?
what? Dude, Trump was like, what? Oh my god, dude. What, are you going to talk about Epstein of all
Don't say
people?
Trump's
Of
on
all
Epstein
people, dude?
Island.
Are you kidding me?
Trump ain't wanting to know Epstein Island.
Dude, I mean, that is
Trump
that is
was
you,
a business
I would
partner.
I
That's
mean, dude, I don't want to go it blows my mind that anyone that's a Trump supporter would actually bring up Epstein. I mean, that just blows my mind, dude. Like, it's insanity. There's
My
no
head
way.
just exploded, dude.
There's no way that you're actually bringing up Epstein as a Trump supporter. I mean, do you have any?
I got kids that are 20, 24, 26. One's a nurse, one's a construction engineer, and one's a architect, and they lived through it, and they're not. This guy, man. Woo.
Yeah. All right, guys. It's
And
2:20.
and two of them got the vaccine and one didn't. One's a nurse, and two of them got the vaccine and one didn't. And
What happened?
oh my gosh,
But there are nurses, and one of them was a nurse and didn't get it.
the one that is a nurse got it. We both got it at the same time.
Okay,
So-
good. Oh my
The
gosh.
20-year-old didn't, but
Wait,
he's
Steven,
I
are
think
any of your kids
huh?
is he a Trump supporter? Is he a Trump supporter?
No.
But he didn't get the
And I
vaccine
didn't
though,
have,
right?
and no, and I didn't have any, and my kids, my kids, I'm gonna tell you right now, my philosophy with my kids is to respect the office of the President of the United States, but in this day and age, I can no longer push that on my kids because I can't respect the office of the President of the United States. The office, not the president, the office of the President of the United States.
Dude,
So-
not only do I vaccinate all my kids, my pregnant wife who got the vaccine, I gave all my boosters to all the kids at all the ages, all 4 of them. And I even, when the FDA wasn't even approving the booster, I got the vaccine early again. I went in there, said I never got the vaccine before, because I read all the primary source information to know that the titer was dropping off at 6 months. So I got it so early that I actually went in at 6 months and got it again and then it was another 6 months for them to approve the boosters. So, absolutely,
Garrett,
it's completely
is
safe.
it Garrett? Is it
Yes,
Garrett
sir.
we're speaking to? Do you know what well baby care is?
What'd you say?
Do you know what well baby care is?
Well baby care?
Yeah, well baby care.
No, sir, I do not inform me.
Well baby care is when you go in at 6 months. I don't know. I can't remember. 2 months, 6 months, 8 months.
No, I didn't. My
Blah,
parents
blah.
didn't vaccinate me at all. I didn't get no shots as a baby.
You didn't
I've
get no
never gotten a
shots.
shot.
Did you go to
Jeez.
school? Did
Huh?
you go to school?
Yes, sir. I'm going to school right now too.
What are you going to school for?
Hold on.
Business.
How did you go to school without your shots?
What do you mean? I don't need a vaccine.
Because
right
to be
now.
able to get into public school, you have to have your polio shot. You have to have your measles shot.
True.
That's what well baby care is. You have to have your polio shot. You have to have your measles shot. You have to have your RSV shot. All these
Garrett,
other
where are you
shots to
from?
get you to get to school.
Mississippi, ma'am.
There you go.
I'm from Oklahoma. I'm
What
a
you
red
need to
dog.
know.
Yeah,
I'm
he's
a red
trolling.
dog
He's
in the
definitely not from
red state
Mississippi.
in America.
He's
I'm from
trolling.
Macomb, Mississippi. Yes, sir. I'm from Macomb, Mississippi.
Okay.
And you never had well baby care?
Wait, yo, can you hear me?
Garrett,
Yeah.
Garrett,
What's up? What's up?
Garrett.
Yes.
I'm asking, did you never had well baby care?
Garrett, in
No,
Mississippi, why do I have to pay taxes living in New York to support your state? That's what I want to know.
That's a good point.
I want to know
Garrett,
why I have to pay
why? If you live
taxes
in
in Oklahoma to pay for
Mississippi,
your stuff.
I know, and then you don't even
thank
get
you.
vaccinated, so we have to pay extra when you get admitted to the hospital. So
I
That's a
want
good
to know
point,
how
dude.
he got into public school without well baby care.
Does
Thank you for the
Mississippi
question,
have
beautiful.
mandatory vaccines for public schools?
Fuck no. We ain't no liberals.
I want to Google that shit. Somebody
We
help
are
me.
not liberals here.
Yeah, but
well,
dude,
I think
you
there
still
are
don't want to
some
die from
liberals.
measles, bro. Like, I mean, there's
Yeah, dude.
Our polio.
yeah.
I know. You're
That's-
18, so you probably have like at least 4 kids being
You
in
need to go
Mississippi,
ask your
but like
mom.
they,
You need to
you
go
All
know,
that-
ask your mom
you
if
want
she
them to be
got
like
the shots.
well
all
cared
that
for,
measles and
right?
shit is fake. All that shit is fake.
That shit's fake. You need to go ask your mom.
Yeah,
if you
dude.
went
In
to
Mississippi,
school.
students entering school for the first time, pre-K through 12th grade, are required to have certain vaccinations. Everything, dude. DTaP, polio, hepatitis B, measles, mumps, rubella, chickenpox. So you're lying, dude. You got vaccinated for all of it.
He's been educated in the church, probably, right? I mean, he hasn't really gone to like a formal school.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean,
Yes, ma'am. Do you
this
go to
is
church,
like
ma'am? Do you go to
I'm a
church, ma'am?
scientist. No, I don't.
I go
Oh,
to church.
nice.
I go to church on Sunday. I go to Bible study at noon, and I go to Bible study at 10:30 at night every night.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And so you still support killing babies, right?
You want my
Oh,
so you want to hear my
Garrett.
stance on abortion?
Oh
Is that
my
what you want to
God.
hear?
I want
Garrett?
to hear the lady's perspective on that.
Okay. Let's hear the lady's stance on it, and then I'll tell you my stance on
You
it.
have the
Can
floor,
we do that?
beautiful. You have the floor, beautiful.
The lady's perspective is that if you're not going to support all of the social services that go along with having a child when you're not financially, emotionally, spiritually, physically prepared to have a child, that you shouldn't make anyone do anything that they do not want to do with their body. So that's period, end of story. Hey, you want to like feed everyone, educate them through college, house them, pay for the therapy when you have a 13-year-old that was like raped by their cousin, have a child that they do not want for the mother and the kid that then, suffers from that, then sure, by all means, make abortion illegal. Until that happens, which it never will under the GOP, then like why would you value that life?
Can we hear my stance?
Go for it, bro.
Yes, sir.
Here's my stance. Okay. I don't have a little girl, but let's say I do. She calls me and she says, "Daddy, there's a man looking at me. There's a strange man looking at me, Daddy.
Yes,
Daddy,
sir.
he's calling me, Daddy. Daddy, he's looking at me. Daddy, Daddy." And the phone goes dead. And all of a sudden, I get a phone call, "Daddy, he took me." Do I make my little girl have that baby and have to look at that monstrous baby the rest of his life, or do I make my daughter have a choice?
Oh,
That's a-
Steve, that monster's baby is a miracle, just like every child that comes
Okay.
into this world, Steve.
Now.
No, I'm totally joking. That's
Now.
absurd.
Now,
Who said that? I'm in
the
love.
other option is my daughter's out having fun. Okay. If she's out having fun, that's the choices of her consequences. That's the consequences of her action. Okay. I don't believe in telling a woman to have. It's her body, her choice. Okay. I don't believe in telling a woman telling a woman to have to what she should do with her body and what she shouldn't do. But if a man or an uncle or a boyfriend of a mom rapes a young girl, I don't believe in forcing her to have a baby.
It doesn't even have to be rape. It just
Yes.
has to be that you're like not prepared to have a child. Like let's be honest here.
There's also just like
also,
medical
this is-
procedures. So like
Yeah.
for example, so like
That
let's
too.
say someone comes into the the emergency room, it doesn't know that they're pregnant or it just has abdominal pain. They do the sonar thing and they figure out that there's a baby in there. They've done no prenatal care. They've had no checkups, and basically one of the baby doesn't have any kidneys. It's not viable for life. So the medical procedure in order to remove that baby that's not viable for life is going to be called an elective abortion, because that person could decide to have a natural vaginal birth, but the likelihood of dying for that person is dramatically higher than the abortion. So there are plenty of cases that that's the case.
Infants is like so cute. They're like so cute and little. So like, you just give them dialysis. No, I'm kidding. I'm actually a good person to talk about this because I had an unplanned pregnancy at 33 and I have oodles of money. I have like tons of money. So it was great. Like my ex and I like live 4 blocks away. We had the baby. It's amazing. She's awesome.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But like we live in a capitalist society. If you don't have any money, that makes your life impossible. So if you're in that same situation and you don't have resources to like help you with it, that's very challenging. I don't know how we got on this topic. Can we go back to science?
That's a great point.
Is there any CRISPR that we can talk about?
Here's one that happened with me. My ex-wife had a I don't remember what it's called, a blighted ovum. The baby was born outside, the sac formed, but the baby was formed outside the sac, and she had to have a DNC. In today's time, that would be considered a abortion. If she wouldn't have had the DNC, she would have got an infection and she would have died.
Yeah.
From the infection, right? So in today's time, that they would have my ex-wife would have died.
Oh my God, these comments are hilarious.
I'm not reading them.
There's it's sad. I mean, it doesn't make, basically our in America, our prenatal care is so poor that a lot of people who are obese and that have that are on drugs. Those are two really common groups of people that wind up having pregnancies that they don't even know that they're pregnant. And
my wife was doing everything right. We was taking prenatal pills and doing everything, and then the baby just didn't. But God decided that something wasn't right, and that.
Well, I live in New York City, and I was taking ketamine every weekend and like partying my ass off. And my daughter is perfect. I found out like within a couple weeks, and it's fine, and that has nothing to do with anything. But like, again, we live in a society that requires you to have money, resources, all of the things to raise a child. If you don't have that, if I'm living in Mississippi, Garrett, where you live, Garrett, it looks very different than it does where I live. Okay?
Oh yeah, because New York City is so good, right? Give me that baloney. You guys are.
I got a story for you.
Oh, it's great. It's the best social net that you can find. That's why it's a sanctuary city for all the people that you hate.
Read me the crime and infertility there.
I got a story for you.
All the crime and infertility there.
In
New York City,
not here. We're not infertile here.
Stop becoming a socialist state.
Doing just fine,
Garrett. You are a socialist state, and you will become an enemy of the United States of America, and we will retaliate against New York. Like,
no, we'll be like Singapore. We'll be like
South is gonna rise up again.
We'll be like Singapore and just like be our own thing, because our economy in New York City is like bigger than I don't know, at least 40%.
Not because of you, because of Wall Street, ma'am. Okay,
no. Oh no, sweetie, I contribute
Let's pipe down,
plenty of taxes.
Sweetie.
Oh, don't talk to her like that, buddy. You're only 18 years old. And you have a lot of life to
live.
live.
You have
down.
You're probably like 35, but just pretending that you are, because you are not educated and don't understand.
You got a lot of life to live there, buddy.
It's Wall Street in the Wall Street. Let me tell you real fast. It's Wall Street, and it's God damn it, Greg, help me out here.
Sweetheart, my honey,
Main
my
Street?
boyfriend works at a
No,
hedge
California,
fund and makes
California.
like
What is it?
$2 million
What
a
is it?
year.
What
You
is
have
it?
no,
Rodeo
you don't
Drive?
know shit about
No.
I
Wall
live in
Street.
Oklahoma.
Okay.
What's my
The
problem,
tech
buddy?
shit. The tech shit. What is it? Synthetic.
Silicon
some
Valley.
shit. Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley. Yes, sir. Yes,
That's
ma'am.
the
Yes,
other
ma'am.
side of the country, but
Yeah,
very,
the two
very far
biggest.
away from where I live.
America runs on those two things, sweetie. Not your little
Don't call her
hairdressing
sweetie.
or cosmetic shit. Like
I am a scientist. I work in drug development.
cosmetologist,
Fucking
hairdresser.
idiot. You like literally have no idea what you're talking about.
Wait, are you single, by the way?
No, I don't. I
Oh,
just
sorry,
told you
sorry.
my boyfriend has a plane. Like you
Well,
are
is he liberal?
fucking idiot.
Is he liberal?
He's from Mexico. You're gonna deport him?
If he's no, if he's
okay.
liberal, it's probably an open relationship, so I have a shot, right?
Hey, Garrett, what do you do? What do you do, Garrett?
That's a
What
good
do I do?
question.
Yeah.
I go to school and I'm a blue collar worker. Yes, sir.
What do you do? Where are you going to school to be? A blue
I'm
collar
going to
worker?
I am going to Wharton School of Finance.
Oh, really? Okay. So tell me about Philadelphia. What do you like about Philly, sweetie? If you're at Wharton, where do you like to go eat sushi?
He said he's from Mississippi.
Where do I like to eat sushi?
Yeah.
I don't eat that terrorist shit.
Okay. Well, where?
I
How
eat
do you-
burgers and fries, man.
How do you
Steak.
get to the Phillies games, Ben?
I don't-
That seems like a
I don't
nice
watch no
blue
goddamn
collar
Phillies.
activity.
I don't watch no goddamn Phillies.
Oh my gosh, dude. I think you're lying for sure. You got called out.
I don't watch no Phillies.
Of course
You
you
just
don't.
told us you were from
Who is the mascot for the Phillies, by the way?
I don't watch I'm not a Phillies fan.
Oh my gosh,
but you
dude.
live in Philadelphia. Okay,
That's
honey.
Even I know that. Even I know that, dude. And I don't live.
I don't watch baseball. That's chicken shit.
That's football, dude.
Fuck no. Football is real American sport, bud.
Oh god.
You're a liberal.
What's the Philly
you're a
Philadelphia's mascot?
You're a liberal, so you probably couldn't play football, huh, bud?
I played football, dude.
Yeah, JV. How's JV?
I played varsity, my friend.
Oh my god, this is so stupid.
Who gives a shit?
This is honestly
Who
the dumbest
gives a
thing I've ever
shit, dude?
participated
Yeah.
in.
I'm sorry, guys. I think I gotta
You're
go.
an idiot,
I'm
dude.
sorry, guys. I gotta do science in the next.
Dr. Greg, I'm sorry about
6
this. I
hours.
didn't mean for this kid to
No,
go on.
it's
I just
okay.
wanted to add to the conversation, man.
Yeah, bro.
and
I was at my ends, and I was just livening it up. Thanks for coming, and
I appreciate you letting me
Thank
on.
you guys.
And,
Thank you guys. I'll see you tomorrow, Dr. Greg.
yeah, thanks, bro. Miss Buttertooth. I'd love to talk to you about science later, but I'm like exhausted. I gotta go to bed, but I'd love to hear more.
You can be on tomorrow, Dr. Greg?
No, dude, I gotta do. I got on Friday. Sorry, no, Saturday morning. I got a jiu-jitsu competition, so I'll probably
Nice.
go like Saturday night. So
Sounds good. See you then.
Wait, Garrett, you support jujitsu? That is like kind of gay. So like, I just have to like get your take on it
Sweetie.
because there's a lot of humping involved in
It's true.
jujitsu.
he's
Yeah.
probably ready for the
No, sir.
he's probably ready for
boxing.
the White House thing on the lawn there too.
The UFC? Yes, sir. I will be there. Yes, sir.
RFK says the potatoes that you eat are gonna make you
Don't
gay
talk
in your
about RFK.
jujitsu in your
Do not-
jujitsu competition.
Do not speak bad about RFK. He is our leaders. He's a leader. He is getting seed oils out of our food. He's making America healthy again.
oh god. All right,
You
guys,
go
it's
to
been fun.
Walmart and take a picture of the produce at
Vaccines are
Walmart.
safe and effective. Make sure you guys get your booster shots. That's
Yeah.
we can all
No,
agree.
do not do that. Do
All
not
right.
get your
It's
vaccines.
been fun. I appreciate you. I'll see you guys next week. Have a good one.
Thank you, doctor.
See ya.